morning, everybody, and welcome to the first day of our 2024 operating and capital budget meeting. We have a long day ahead of us today, so I think with that, we'll just jump right into it, and I'll call the meeting to order. So, adoption of the agenda. I guess no changes or anything, just someone looking to adopt. I could get a motion. Counselor Hutchinson?
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Starting out good.
Kate, we'll go ahead and call that to a vote. Those in favor and opposed, that is carried. And hopping into introduction of budget. So budget introduction. Mr. Kraus or Ms. Quinlan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. Welcome to your 2024 budget review. This is the third one for this council, so I think it should be a lot more familiar. I'm just going to go through the introduction and some of the prefacing documents to start with. So this budgeting is legislated within the MGA, so it is one of the most important documents that you approve during the year. Our budget process, we usually start in August, and then officially in September, where we come to you with a set of budget assumptions and just sort of get any direction that council is interested in receiving. Then at service level, we go through different changes to the operations and take those changes and incorporate them into the budget. There's two components to the budget. There's an operating and a capital. We do the operating for a 5-year period. We don't spend a lot of time looking at the 5 years, but we have extended it and balanced it. And then we do a 10-year capital budget. This year, the budget is totaling $33.5 million. $26.9 million is the operating, and $6.6 million is the capital budget. Just some sort of key highlights. Inflation this year was probably one of the toughest things to manage when we were doing the budget. It's down from last year, which was 6.8%. It's sitting at about 3.7%, but it's almost like the lag. It takes a little while for you to start seeing prices rise. So we did see, some larger increases, particularly in construction materials, and the cost of asphalt went way up, and some of our contracted services. We have a new electrical rate contract, and we still have a really good rate. I think it's 6.9 cents, but it resulted in a 15% increase overall in electricity, which again we had to try to accommodate and find. So on page 3, I just kind of tried to outline some highlights, so I'll give you the answers before we get into all of the budget discussions. But basically, we're looking at a property tax increase of 4%. Overall, the property tax revenue increased by $424,000. That's the 4%, and then we did have some new assessment this year for about $58,000, but there's that tax exemption, so $25,000 is being forgiven. Increased grant revenue and interest revenue are the major areas of increase in revenue. And we will talk about taxes later on, but basically a 4% increase for an average home, which is about $300,000, translates into $102 a year, or about $850 a month. And okay, utility rates. There are increases in utility rates. We did a study this year to make sure that everything was going to balance 10 years out, and we do need to increase the rates. Overall, the increases are looking at $13.27 a month for water and sewer, and $1.10 for solid waste. We're still well below our comparator group average. A single family home with 14 cubes would be about $130 a month, but the comparative group is $146. And I've seen a few budgets that have been passed, and some of our comparator group are increasing their rates again, so we're still well below the average. Staff salaries were increased. We've decided to use the 5-year rolling average. And there is one new position for communications officer or coordinator in the budget to accommodate the increased demand in the need to communicate and follow through on different public engagements. The capital budget, just to highlight, is almost 6.7 million. Some of the big things, there are some projects where we're actually working with the county or with other groups. We've budgeted for the new terminal building and the airfield lighting, and there's money in there to support the pump track. There's about 2 million in transportation and utility projects. So that's kind of a real high-level glance at the budget to start with. I'm gonna go through very quickly some just introductory documents. The next, and the reason these are included is if you read them, we're kind of trying to set the stage, so looking at what the Alberta economy is looking like, and then we drill down into our budget. So I have included the Alberta economy indicators at a glance. I'm not gonna go through them. It's really,
Sorry, Betty. I see Councillor Schipult has a question or comment.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, if I can, back when you're talking about water rates, on the page prior, it says in this, that the water rates will increase by 1327. Will they increase to 1327 or by 1327?
by 13.
So
like it's
our
an-
water bills will go up 1327 per month is what you're
Yes.
suggesting here?
Yeah, and there's a schedule in the utilities section that outlines what the changes are.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not gonna go through this. I mean, it basically shows that there's been some activity in Alberta, but housing has opened up, but we're still sitting at a 3.7% inflation rate. The next section is page 12, is municipal affairs, our scorecard and graphs. You saw this last year. Every year they have a number of outcomes that they measure municipalities on. This year we're all green, so that's good. And basically we're following within the parameters of what they're looking at for municipalities. I'm not gonna go through them. I mean, they're doing some measures and looking at, that we're a viable operation. The next section is the municipal measurement index graphs, and we've got two sets of graphs. So these ones are from the MMI, and we've discussed this before, where we compare to groups that have
Sorry, Councillor Schipult.
I'm sorry. I want to go back to the provincial stuff, and so none of these documents indicate the new wastewater treatment plant mortgage, correct, or loan that we'll have there. So these numbers are from 2022 that are all green.
right.
At what point do we add the debenture that we're going to be getting on the new wastewater, and what impact will it have? Right now, our investment on infrastructure, all those numbers, will that have a significant impact, and will that still maintain us in the green number, so to speak, with the province,
Yeah.
with the addition of the new debenture for the wastewater treatment plant?
I haven't calculated it specifically, but yes, I think it will, because our investment in infrastructure, basically, they look at what capital additions we've done, so it's gonna go up, so that's a good thing. Because what they're looking at is that you're replacing your infrastructure on an ongoing basis. The debt service to revenue percent, we're sitting at 15.8%, which is really low. I mean, I think our limit is 80, but I think if you hit about 60, that's when the government will step in and go, nah, what are you doing? So I don't think the amount that we're doing the debt servicing, it will show up in the 2023 financial statements. But we should be fine.
Okay, because it says we're not to exceed 20%. That's number 10. And we're at 15.81, so the question is, does that debenture put us over the 20?
I would have to check on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so back to the graphs. So the MMI, again, it's the municipalities that are sort of plus or minus 10%, a number of 10. And the next set of graphs actually, I think, show things a little bit better. But, I mean, under residential tax, you can see that we're sitting a little on the higher side, but, I mean, when you average things out, we actually come in right on the 8.9. The non-residential tax rate, again, we're sitting somewhere in the middle. I mean, Vegreville's up at 21.5, and then there's some that are down as low as 8.3. On the next page, it's just showing assessment. And it's the ratio of residential to non-residential. In the other graph, it shows up a little different, and I'll have some comments on it, but just our residential or non-residential is slightly higher than the average, which does have some impacts on some of our per capitas. And then, yeah, the other graph, it kind of shows it a little better in terms of the split between residential and non-residential. But we're sitting, I think, really, we're within 3% of the average, so it's not too bad. And then there's your municipal debt per capita. So again, I think when you look at it, we kind of land in the middle. We're not as low as some places, but we're certainly not as high as others. And that's something that we actively manage when we're doing the budget and looking at, you know, introducing new debentures. And I've talked about maintaining that debt servicing space so that if you do have a new debenture coming on stream, we've got the funds available to make those payments without having to look at new tax dollars to support them. And then our long-term debt limit ratio is, you can see it's at 29.5. So again, I'd say I don't know if it's an average, but we're certainly on the smaller side. Revenue and expenses per capita. I haven't tried to drill into these a lot, but it is really interesting to see that our revenue is significantly higher than our expenses, and that's because they're including, well, what's not included in the expenses is the transfer to capital. So to me, that's a good thing because we've got space in between what our revenue and expenses are, which means we're transferring dollars into the capital so that you can maintain your ongoing capital spending. And Slave Lake, I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know if they have an anomaly, but that's pretty big. And then the accumulated surplus per capita, again, you can see that, you know, we're kind of sitting in the middle. I think we've got a healthy balance. So the accumulated surplus, that would be, yeah, sorry, so there's the non-financial assets and the financial assets. So, I mean, our fixed assets or TCA, it's not as small as some of them, but that means our assets are probably a little newer than, say, Coaldale's. And then the next section is the financial indicator graphs. Again, I kind of like these ones because they show you where you are against the median. The only caution I have, and I might contact municipal affairs and say, so, is you have to be careful. I find these are really good indicators. They give us a sense of where we sit with our counterparts. But sometimes you almost have to look at them as a whole, because some of them as standalone can be, I think, a little misleading, and I'll talk about one. But what's nice to see is for 2022, our residential tax rate is sitting at the median, which is, we've worked for the last probably 4 or 5 years. We knew the tax rate was high. I think we've been successful in getting it down to where it should be. The residential equalized tax rate, it's actually coming in, okay, oh, sorry, this is the equalized tax rate. So when they equalize everything, and I'm not gonna try to explain the definition of that, we actually fall in a little bit low. And the equalization is where, when an assessor submits our assessment, they do an estimate. They have to be within, is it 5 or 10%? Plus or minus 5 either way. So if they do their assessment and come in at 95%, when they equalize it, our assessment would end up coming up a little bit, which drops our residential tax ratio. So residentially, we're sitting, I think, really good in a positive position. And here you'll see the assessment as a percent. So we're actually sitting a little bit low. The average is 77, and we're sitting at 73. What that means is our residential assessment is smaller than the average town. Not that we have less houses, but on the flip side, what it means is we've got more industry or commercial assessment than our counterparts, which actually is a good thing, you know. I mean, I know we want to attract business. We actually have more than other communities our size. The non-residential tax rate, it's actually showing that, again, that we're right bang on. The only thing is, and I have contacted them about this, is that because we have 2 tax rates, they take the first one they see. So this is the large business tax rate. Really, they should be using a weighted average. So we're weighted average, it's sitting around about 11.9. So our non-residential weighted average tax rate is slightly lower than the median for our counterparts. The large business one is actually right bang on. So if anything, you'd want to bring the small businesses up to that, but it's, as we've discussed, it's too big of a jump to do it all in one. And again, the non-equalized, or the non-residential equalized, we're sitting on the mark. So I think the movement we've tried to do in the last 5 years, it's getting us where we want to be. Non-residential assessment as a percent. So again, you can see we're higher than the average. So to me, that's a good thing, because businesses sometimes have a better ability to carry property taxes than residential. Long-term debt, so you can see we have gone from 17 up to 30, and that would have been the introduction of the wastewater treatment plant. But we only did I think it was 4.8 million, so it wasn't like out of a $30 million project, it's not a significant amount, it wasn't huge. And then the long-term debt per capita, so we are a little bit higher than the median. Net accumulated surplus, sorry, but I like this. I like that we're above the accumulated surplus. To me, that means that we're either increasing our assets, you know, that things are on the positive. If we were below, I'd be worried. This one here, actually, we discovered something really interesting yesterday. I had Mike doing some analysis and he found it. I've always been concerned with, when I look at this, that our per capita is higher than the median. And the reason why is because our commercial is higher than the median. When they calculate the per capita on taxation, they take your population and divide it by the total tax. But because we've got more commercial taxes than residential, it brings the average up. And I wouldn't mind talking to the province. They almost need to, if they're gonna calculate a per capita, calculate it based on your residential tax only. Because it's working in our favor that we've got more businesses than other places. So that's why that looks high. It's not that we're charging people too much, it's that we've got a broader base. The sales and user charges per capita, again, well, in this one, and it's really hard to drill down into it because we don't have the departmental details, but we're still on the low side. We did try to look to the extent that we could, and the major user fees that we collect are utilities. So again, we know we're below the average. So that's coming in low because of that. And we're also a little bit low on the recreation side. And honestly, I'm not sure why. We'd have to do some really detailed analysis to try to determine, is it our rates or is it the services we're providing? But I'd say the major factor in that is the utilities. Government transfers per capita, we're right bang on, so that's any operating grants or local grants, so what we get from the county. And then the franchise and concession contracts, we are higher than the median. Again, we'd have to try to dig into it or talk to individual communities. The only thing I can see, I mean, maybe if we've got more businesses and they're consuming more electricity and gas, that could increase the per capita because of their consumption. Or we've got high consumption if we've got older homes and they're not as energy efficient, because it's based on the consumption of your gas.
Second, Betty, sorry.
Oh.
Counselor Schiffel, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just wanting to know what the word concession means. Do we have any of that here?
No.
And what's it represent?
I'm not even sure if it's concession fees, like, I don't know why they would, yeah, we don't have any concession. The next graph really is just, they've sort of stacked everything so that you can kind of see how things come out, and, you know, we're in the range. And this is the revenue. We're actually higher than some of the averages, so to me that's not a bad thing. The next couple of graphs go through our expenditures, and they look at our expenditures by object, which is type of expenditure, and then they also look at it kind of by division. And again, so the salaries, we're still coming in a little on the high side. We tried to look at it, I think it's because now you're starting to get into individual municipal operations. And when we look at the divisions, we know we come in quite a bit higher on protective services and recreation. So I think, you know, you're down into the, 3 to 5 additional staff. We know we've got 5 clerks at the RCMP. We don't pay for them all. The county pays for half, but we have more than probably communities our size. And the same with recreation. Once you build a recreation center, you've got more staff just to manage that building. So when I look at this, I think that's why we're coming in a little bit higher. Again, we'd have to try to slice and dice it a little bit more to be able to understand why. And it's really interesting. I did do a comparison where I added up all the objects, And we've got some big fluctuations between salaries, contracted services, and supplies. Like, our contracted services are higher by about, well, when I about 800,000. So again, when we look at it, that's gonna be fire and protective services, because we have more RCMP, and our fire contract is all paid as a contracted service, because we don't actually have the staff in place, we're not running it ourselves.
Sorry, Betty. Counselor Chapeau?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's unfortunate these graphs only go to 2022 because we're working on 2024 budget. And when I look at graphs like this, I go, they really don't paint the picture of what 2023 looked like.
Yeah.
In this graph, if you were to add 2023 and the anticipated 2024, would it really skew that line in an upward fashion that would look like our wages were substantially greater than the average? Or, I mean, the line will start to queue or go up because everybody's likely in the same boat.
Yeah.
I just want, the reality is, what is 2024 gonna look like? That's what we're here today to do, is determine 2024, and we're using 2022 numbers, unfortunately,
Yeah.
to look at here. So, it's great to look at it, but it doesn't paint the real picture, I don't think. So, I guess the question I have is, what does 2023 look like on this graph?
Yeah. We don't know, you know, I mean, we haven't done the information. I know last year there was, and I haven't sort of done a survey of salary increases, but I mean, I think a lot of places were coming in around at least 4%, because inflation was 6.8, so you're gonna see upward pressure on all of our costs. But I don't think that this is due to actual salaries. I think this is more due to, when you start splitting out the services, you start to see differences in how we do business. You know, so we have probably more custodial staff, we've got more RCMP staff, so it's starting to shake out down to that level. Like, we're high here, but if we look at the supply budget, we're by comparison to the median, we're about 1.2 million below where we should be. So it's like, well, why are we spending that much less on supplies? But when you take them all in together, we come in about 350,000 higher. So it's really hard to start splitting them apart. Does that make sense? Maybe, maybe not. I think the bottom line is it's starting to get into the anomalies, or how each municipality runs their business, you know. Do you make your own water, or are you on regional water and sewer lines? That has an impact. Do you have an indoor swimming pool? That has an impact. You know, we have an indoor pool, so we've got a lot more part-time staff that work all year long.
And these charts are from the Alberta government website, and I wonder when that 2023 information is available.
Not till everybody's submitted their financial statements. So we can't project. I'm gonna carry on. Okay. Again, as I just said, and if you look, we've been consistently under on materials and supplies. We're way under. And it's like, so we're doing something significantly different than other places. So, yeah, and I'm not sure why. We will try to find out, because it's quite significant. Like, on supplies, we're sitting at 305 per capita, and the median is 495 per capita. So that's a lot.
That is, yeah.
So, but again, now I think we're starting to get into, we've got more contracted services, so we have less supplies, you know, those kind of things. Interest in banking, we're below, so again, that shows we've got room for new debt servicing. And then amortization of capital assets, we're sitting just slightly below the median, so what that tells us is probably the age of our assets is comparable to other municipalities, because we're amortizing about the same amount per capita. Okay, I'll go quick. So the next couple of sections are by division. So this is looking at your type of service. So general government, we actually come in again about $1 million lower than our averages. So it's like, well, and general government is your legislation and administration. So we're sitting at 314 and the average is 478. Protective services, again, it's quite a bit higher. It's sitting at 603 and the average or median is 256. Transportation. And this one always surprises me because, I mean, I think we do, this is basically your roads and sewer and common services. So we're sitting a little bit below as well, so, you know, don't let Rob hear that, because he'll be wanting more staff or doing something, you know, it's like. Environment, we're sitting right on the median, or a little bit below, actually, so it's 710 versus 757. Again, I think the big differences you're gonna see in municipalities now is if you're buying regional water or paying for regional sewer, it's becoming very expensive. You know, up in the $3-4 range per cube. And then the last but not least is recreation, and we're sitting actually a little higher. So we're at 721 and the median is 585. And again, that starts to drill down into individual unique services that the community provides. I would say part of that's because we have a rec center, so we've got, you know, we run a fitness center, that's gonna impact it. Whether or not places have an indoor pool, that would have huge implications. So that just kind of shows you, I guess it's just an overview on how we're sitting compared to our counterparts. The next section is the budget summary.
Oh, sorry, Betty. Councillor Chabot?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So the largest difference in this is in protective services. It's significant. And so what is in that number in protective services? So the median is 256, we're at 603. What is in our protective services that, why is it so different? Why is there, like, does it include a policing contract, or what's all in that number?
Yeah, like we've got almost 2.3 million in policing and 1.5 million in fire. And then there's 377 in bylaw. So it's fire, RCMP, bylaw, and disaster and emergency services.
Okay.
And we do know, I mean, I don't know as far as bylaw if most places have, I don't know how many staff they would have, but it's certainly increasing in comparison. I think we did a quick look at Blackfalds, and they're above, but they're almost double our size, but not by a whole lot. Policing, I know we've looked at, and we're still budgeting 12 policing staff, and other communities don't have that many. So again, and the other thing that it doesn't account for is, so we've got 12 RCMP, but 2 of them are school resource officers, and we receive revenue back from other parties. The revenue's not netted here, so that's gonna bump your protective services up a little bit.
It's basically 3 times higher, and I guess what I'm looking for is, I hear what you're saying, I'm not sure I totally understand why it would be 3 times higher, because all those other communities would be providing those services in some respect. I'm not sure why it'd be so much higher. Maybe, I don't know.
Deputy Mayor, so the major difference is the amount of RCMP we have. We have a ratio of almost 1 per 1,000, where the provincial average is 1 per 500. I can compare another municipality that's identical size to us. They have 7 RCMP officers, where we, well, under our contract is 14. I mean, currently we're paying 12. So that's just decisions council's made over the past years to bring our RCMP level up to that level. That's the huge difference.
Councillor Phillips?
So that's exactly what I was gonna point out, is that our population per officer is significantly higher than other communities. And not only that, once you get kind of on average 3 officers, now you have another support staff for them as well, which incurs more cost to us. So that's definitely a significant difference in more communities, as our population per officer is significantly higher than other communities.
Thank you, Betty.
No, that's okay. So I'll just go through the summary, sort of on a high-level basis. So the first, page 58, I like to combine the operating and capital, just so you can see the entire budget. So again, as I mentioned, we've got 26.886 million in operating funds, or revenue, 6.7 in capital, for a total of 33.5. And in the summary, I will go through all of the changes, but if you look at the next page, you can see this is by object. So again, and it shows the changes. So again, there's, I think, 4 major areas in the revenue that are increasing. So taxation has gone up, utility sales has gone up, and that's as our discussion. And we'll talk about the rates. The return on investments has increased. I did a calculation. I kind of did, well, I have a cash flow, so I looked at what our average balance for the year is going to be times, you know, an average interest rate. And it basically is a complete flow through from here to our reserves. So it, even if it goes up or down, it doesn't impact our operations at all. And then grant income is showing a large increase, and I will identify some of the specifics. But the largest one is the Community Service Support Services grant that we signed a new contract with the Clearwater County. That's recorded as operating revenue, just because that's how we have to handle it accounting-wise. But it flows through on the transfer to capital into the capital reserves. And then if you look at the expenditures, again, you can see personnel has gone up couple $100,000, and basically that's, and I'll outline what that consists of, but that's cost of living increases, step increases, and any benefit increases, plus there's 1 new position in there. The other changes, materials and supplies, you're seeing an increase, and basically that's electricity, fire, and FCSS grants have increased, so they're showing up in there. And then the transfer to capital has significantly increased. A large portion of that is interest, like about at least 1.2 million of that, or 1.3 is the grant and the new interest. The next one is where we summarize it by division.
Sorry, Betty,
Oh.
to interrupt, Councillor Schiffel.
Sure, but I just want to know, on that last page, the very first page you're talking about, the word amortization at the bottom, a little over $3 million.
Right.
What does that represent?
That's when you buy an asset, we amortize it over a period of time. So we've got, sorry, I don't know off the top of my head, like $100 million worth of assets. So every year we record depreciation expense of, this year coming up, it's gonna be $3.7 million.
So that is depreciation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next one, the revenues are split out by division as well. Again, you know, your big changes that you're seeing, is in utilities. Under the expenditures, it's showing, and we'll go through in detail each of those changes, when we go through each of the departments, but you can see that the utilities is quite big. And it actually completely washes on either side, so. The next 4 pages, what I really like to try to do is capture all the changes. It's really like a huge variance analysis for you. So this is highlighting all of the big changes that we've implemented or incorporated into this year's budget document. I always kind of like to say, if you read this and you know what's going on in these 4 pages, that's the budget, because we're really highlighting all the changes. All the other operations have pretty much stayed the same. So this is your cheat sheet. Okay, so I'll just go through them. So taxation, we've talked about already. The increase is 376,000. We've got some new taxation this year. Hopefully in the next, in 2024, 25, we'll see things starting to open up, because that's how we increase our taxation base, is new development. So that's always a good thing. I've just budgeted a 3% increase in requisitions. We don't know yet what the requisitions from the schools and the seniors are gonna be. It's a wash, so it doesn't impact the budget, and once we get the final numbers, we'll incorporate them. Sales and user fees under recreation changed by a total of 50,000, and each of these line items is showing where we see potential increases or decreases. So we are seeing a lot more activity in fitness and programming revenue. I know the summer camps are just through the roof now that COVID is over. And I've also incorporated funds for the criminal records checks for this year. Utility sales, again, you can see that that's our projected increase. And the bulk of that is going into reserves. So it's really, we're increasing because we've done a 10-year plan or review, and we know that we need more money in reserves for future utility projects. Fines is actually down a little bit. The provincial and local fine revenue is so hard to estimate. We dropped it a little bit this year because we bill out a lot of fines, but it takes sometimes a while to catch them up, or if they get thrown out in court.
Sorry, Betty, just one moment, Councillor Hutchinson.
We might dive into it later, but so on the fines, is there any cost recovery for us on when we're sending out the fines and billing? Like, does that come back? You know, if it costs us $3 to produce a fine and the government pays us a percentage of that fine, are we recovering our expense for sending out the fines? Does that make sense?
You mean like, say, for bylaw? I mean, I'd say no, because our revenue in bylaw doesn't cover the cost of bylaw, or, you know, our bylaw services. And if it's a provincial fine, I don't think we can change those rates. So the only rates that we set is if it's a local bylaw. Franchise fees, Fortis went up a little bit, and Atco franchise went down a little bit. So these are again based on their consumption estimates. So, I mean, what that's showing me is that as far as gas is concerned, people are consuming less. So if everybody got really, really efficient, our franchise fees would drop. But they're basically a rent for using our right-of-ways. That's what a franchise fee is. Return on investments, I've mentioned before, has gone up. Rentals and leases, we're anticipating a small increase. Actually, one of them, that 10,450, is really just a reclassification on the public lands. But we are seeing some increase in rec programming, but the loose OPET we dropped because we matched it back to the actuals. Sponsorships and donations have gone down. I mean, that's not really surprising given the economic climate that we're in. Grant income, so here's the changes that we're seeing in grant income. So Clearwater County, they pay 50% of recreation and the airport, so our costs have gone up, so their contribution has gone up. There's the Community Support Services grant that's flowing through. FCSS, that's the increase that the town and county, so their revenue went up this year. And the MSI operating grant, they increased it last year, so we hadn't budgeted for that increase, so we've added that in. Miscellaneous, I mean, there's just some different little changes. And then reserve transfers, I pulled 20,000 out of the council priority fund to fund the storefront program, and we've added in, you'll remember last year in the year-end financial statements, we pay the county now on an annual basis for the remediation costs for the closed cell. And we're using the funds that we got from the dissolution of the regional waste transfer. So we've got that money sitting in our solid waste reserve, and we're budgeting to pull 180,000 of that out of the reserve to pay for that cost. And the reason why we're doing that is so that the cost of remediation is coming from the funds that were generated when that was caused.
Sorry, Betty. Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Would that not be a negative number, that 180,000?
No, this is revenue, so we're increasing the revenue. This is on the revenue side.
Yeah, but it says paid to the county.
Well, oh, I meant, sorry, when I said paid to the county, the expense is paid to the county. So,
Okay.
Sorry, Betty, one
poor
moment.
choice of words.
Councillor
And that's
Phillips.
for the leachate removal, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Sorry, Betty.
Oh,
Councillor
that's okay.
Hutchinson.
And how long are we obligated on that, to pay on that? I can't remember how that went. Until the cell is,
25 years.
so the life cycle of, so after that one, and then there's another, do we continue? So is this something we'll be paying forever and ever?
From my time on the Waste Authority, once the cell is closed, there's a 25-year post-closure requirement for that. So it's a minimum 25 years, and then I don't know what happens beyond the 25 years, but there's a minimum of 25 years from a cell closure.
It depends on the status of the cell. If there's still leachate coming out, then it's gonna be a continuing cost.
Thank you.
The next 2 pages highlight, or 2.5, highlight the changes in our expenditures. So, personnel, the total is, so benefits increased by 52,800, and the majority of that is coming from CPP has actually increased their rates this year, and now they have a split rate. So it's up to almost 5%. And then LAP changes. Staffing, we have added 1 new position in communications, and it's higher than that, but we've also had some cost savings in several other categories where we've had, say, staff turnover, and if you have someone leave that's at the top of the step and then you hire someone that's at the lower step, you save money, as well as they did some changes in the pool in terms of the ratio of what types of positions, so we saved some money there. The COLA is coming in at 3.68%, and then step increases.
Sorry, Betty. Go ahead, Counselor Schiffel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The question is about a line item which is called staff changes. No, salaries due to staff turnover. How's that number derived and why is it a line item?
Because I'm trying to show you where the changes are coming from, like the total staffing changes are 376,000, right? And staffing changes are accountable for 40,000 of that increase.
Which is due to one new position, which
Yeah.
is, say, 80,000, offset by, changes in salaries due to staff turnover. So that's a subtraction from that new position.
Does that make sense? So there was an increase, we've added one position, which is, I don't know, $75,000-$80,000. And then we've had some turnover in some positions. There was turnover in FCSS. The pool, they moved some cashiers to lifeguard positions, so the salaries are lower. So we had about another 40,000 in savings due to position turnover. If somebody leaves and they're at step 5 of their salary and we hire somebody new and they're at step 1, we can save anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 a year. So it's just changes in people is what that is.
I just question why it needs to be a line item, not,
Because I'm trying to break down, instead of just telling you that, I mean, I could have just said, well, it's $376,000 is the total salary increase, is I'm just trying to break down of what the activity is being generated from.
Thank you.
Okay. Contracted services, there's lots of lines for that one. It increased by 129,000. I'm just gonna really, I guess, hit the big ones. So the RCMP contract went up almost 108, and that's, they've settled their contracts and everything just keeps increasing. The solid waste, so there's the expense side of that 180,000. Eco Center, there was some changes in the contract in terms of what they're charging us on a monthly basis, so that's a decrease. And then there's several, I'm not gonna go through each one, but, you know, there's several changes in various departments where we've either increased a cost or there's some decreases that basically translate into a net change for contracted services of 129,000.
Counselor Schiffel.
thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just two questions on this page, okay? IT services increased substantially. And I'm just wondering at what point do you look at the provider for that, or do we ever look at an in-house person for that? I just wondering on that one.
Yeah, we'll get into the changes when we get there. I'm finding a lot of, it's not just the IT provider. I mean, we have all sorts of annual contracts for either different software that we've got or services that we get, and they're all increasing. You know, there's been some increases just and a lot of there's more enhanced protection to make sure that we've got everything where it is, but yeah, I found that there was some big increases in costs.
Sorry, Betty, Counselor Phillips.
Sorry, just to elaborate on that comment, many of the other boards that I sit on that I am part of their budgets, the IT line item is always higher, and cybersecurity is one of the biggest reasons for that, because there's so many cyber attacks that there's enhanced protection, which of course costs money, and the software licensing fees are going high
Yeah.
very high.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, because everything's moving to the cloud, now instead of buying a product and then just owning it, now you're renting it, and so you're paying licenses for all the seats that you've got. As far as using an IT service, I really like the service we have. I don't think it costs any more than if we had staff. And the range of services and the depth that they have, like the software that they use to monitor the stuff, if we had to buy that, I mean, and to find one individual, one or two individuals that were able to, IT's become so specialized, like you need people that understand servers, that understand software, that understand individual PCs versus big ones, and I just don't think you could do it anymore, you know, it's just become that specialized. And, yeah, so I'm quite a fan, and I don't think it's any more expensive than if you had, because I think you'd have to have two staff, so it's probably cheaper. Okay, on
I
to,
got that question.
Okay, sorry,
Oh.
Betty.
Sorry.
Two questions on that page. Second question is to do with the wastewater treatment plant, and we've budgeted 137,000 for employees for 2 months. I didn't think that plant was scheduled to come online till 2025. Maybe just update me as to why we're looking at 2 months.
Yeah, so that'd be the last 2 months of 2024, because that's when we'll be commissioning the plant. Like it won't be fully operational until February, March of 2025, but we need employees in there for the commissioning and learning how to run the plant.
Thank you.
okay, if we go to supplies, overall, our supply budget's increased by almost $418,000. 3/4 of that was the electrical contract, so it increased $306,000, and that's what we did. Was I did a projection of 2023 of where I think, you know, the last couple of months we're gonna land, looked at actuals compared to budgets, and then also factored in a 15% increase, so if it doesn't come true, I'd be really happy, but I think it's gonna happen. And our biggest electrical users, we've really got three sources. One is streetlights, the pool, and the arena. Those are our big consumers. And I even asked them at a management meeting, I think they laughed at me, it's like, can we shut the lights off a little sooner, or can we lower the pool temperature? You know, because if we could save some, that would be great, but I don't know that there's a lot we can do to change it, but, you know.
Yeah.
That's really the biggest one. I mean, there's some small changes throughout the organization, but nothing really large. And under grants and transfers, it's gone up. And again, it's the new storefront program. FCSS got an increase. There was some increases to the library requisitions. We added a new community events budget under council. Fire, there was an increase in our contribution to regional fire, and then just some small changes throughout.
Sorry, Betty, 1 second, Counselor
Yes,
Phillips.
just a quick question on the grants and transfers. Does this include the additional request from the museum or not yet?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bank charges and interest, again, our payments stay the same, but the interest drops and the principal rises every year, so that's, requisitions, again, it's just an estimate until we receive the final requisitions, and we often don't get those till February, March. And then the transfer to capital, so, you know, I've shown that we've got, an increase of 1.8 million. So, the first three are the transfers for water, sewer, and solid waste. Then there's the community, support services grant, and the interest. And those are the major changes throughout the budget document. I think they're really they're quite focused this year is what I'm finding. There's not a lot of there's not a lot of changes in sort of regular operating costs. It's really some key areas within that cover the whole operation. And the next few pages, I'm not gonna go through them, but just, this is our 5-year operating budget summary. We typically tend to hold our expenditures flat. We don't factor cost of living into them unless we specifically know. So, you know, like, salaries, we've got a percent increase factored through there. And then there's a small increase in taxation, but basically it's balanced for the next 5 years. And this is, when we start 2025, we start with the 2025 forecast, and that's what staff work off of. And that's the summary. Do you want me to go through these next 3 sections, and then we can do a break?
Sure.
Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. So the next section is the staffing and salary and benefit summary. Basically, there's an org chart. It hasn't, well, there's been a few changes. We've moved airport from under the CAO to back to engineering and operations. And there was, again, the one addition in communications for that department. The next page just gives you a breakdown of salary and benefits and what our FTEs are, and it's increased. Sorry, I don't have that here. It's gone from 8.83 to 81.79, so it's basically just about a 1% or 1 FTE increase. And here's the well, it's 0.8. So the next shows where the changes are within each of the departments. We have little adjustments. I mean, I find every year I sit down with all the directors and, you know, they'll go, oh, this person's, and it's mostly with, say, custodial staff or the building maintenance fellows. It's like, well, they're spending a little more time here, so we move those things around.
Betty, just one moment. Counselor Chabot.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Question about the summary about salaries and benefits. And the 2 numbers I look at is protective services and planning and development. Protective services is 661,000. That'd be in-house expenditure, I'm assuming. And the planning department is 486.
Right.
And so the question, when we did our strategic plan, one thing we were looking at was planning and development was sort of up there. And I questioned the amount of wages we spend on protective services versus our planning and development, understanding that under our personal mandate that we have, how critical it is to get growth in our community. So let me ask the question is it make sense to have, those 2 numbers should be opposite in my mind in terms of wages. The planning department should have more funds versus protective services. Protective services didn't even hit the radar when we did our strategic planning. So I'm just wondering if, in fact, I just want to have a discussion about those numbers, or possibly Mr. Kraus, you can explain to me why we would not spend more money on our planning and development department versus protective services. I think I'm just confused there.
Oh.
Thinking that our strategic plan is about planning and development.
Right. So just a comment, I mean, maybe before the CAO jumps in. So if you look at the next page under protective services, again, there's 5 clerks. There's 5 RCMP clerks that are showing up in the protective services. What doesn't show up is the fact that half of those are being paid for by Clearwater County and and, the school division. So knock 2.5 off there, but there are staff, so we record them, so that's why you're seeing it. But, I mean, Clearwater County's contributed 200,000, and so there's 370. There's 200, Clearwater County shares 176,000. So, and, okay, I'm looking at the school resource officers, leave those up. So there's 200,000 that's coming from Clearwater County to go against those 5 clerks. So that impacts that as well. And then we've got OH&S's in there as well as, we've got, yeah, disaster services is pretty small. So,
Counselor Phillips, do you have a question or just something to add to that?
No, just looking at it, if we remove the 5 FTEs for, the RCMP clerks, really we're at 3.96, and OH&S is another 0.6, so realistically for just we're talking our CPOs basically for our bylaw and enforcement, we're at 3.36. That's correct?
yeah.
Me? So given what Councillor Phillips just said and what Ms. Quinlan said, you would reduce that line 20 protective services by approximately 200,000, which would be 460, which would put us, not a lot, but definitely lower than the planning and development department. So it would balance with those contributions from other people.
So I think my deeper thought is that we talked about a program for new Canadians and how we could get new Canadians, and there's a program there, and it was going to be labor intensive, and so I guess my thought through this budget process is to figure out where we can come up with some dollars possibly that could be spent on that program if in fact we're going to initiate that program for new Canadians coming into our community. And so when I look at these numbers, I'm going, okay, where is there a possible place to make that change? And when I looked at these numbers, I thought that that could be someplace that maybe we can, for lack of a better term, steal money out of that specific department to put towards the planning department. So, just a deeper thought that I had.
And I think that's what we'll dive into farther on when we get into each of the separate tabs. But with that, keeping that in the back of our mind, once we go through there, that's what our strategic goal or what encompasses our strategic plan. So once we get farther into it, have a little more in-depth conversation.
Deputy Mayor, so for that specific program, what council's direction to administration right now is to have conversations with Clearwater County at the next ICC meeting to see if that is something that it's a joint venture. So, I mean, we wouldn't know that dollar figure until we had those questions answered first. And is it a full-time position? Is it a .5 position? If Clearwater is interested.
It's okay. Okay. Thank you, Betty.
Okay. The next section is our property taxes, so there's a couple of documents in here. I always try to break things down so that it's something that I can understand myself. Like, you know, when you say millions of dollars, well, I can't conceptualize that. A cup of coffee or, you know, something I can. So this shows the tax dollar allocation for an average assessment throughout the community. So in terms of if we're spending $1, the first column shows what we're spending it on. And I always, you know, tell you, yeah, that's $1. The average residential property, so Again, it's about 300,000, so an average resident paying $2,255 worth of taxes, they're paying $86.46 a year to have council sitting around the table, or 24 cents a day. So I like to look at that for $6.18, you know, that's 2 or 3 coffees. You get all the services that this community provides, and I think the CAO mentioned there's over 300 services, so, you know, you're paying $1.90 a day, so a cup of coffee to make sure that you're protected, that you've got fire, police, bylaw, those kind of services. But to me, it kind of helps translate it. The other column, the last column that I put in is per 100,000 of assessment, because if you don't have an average home, if you know that you're paying $847 a year per $100,000, you can kind of look at that as an individual and go, okay, it's times 2, times 3, times 4, and that'll show you roughly what your contribution is to maintaining all of the services. And basically we do collect the requisitions, and so 77 cents of the entire property tax bill goes to the town, and 23 cents of that goes to either schools or seniors. The next section, and I'm gonna cover it briefly, but I'm sure when we get back into the final discussions, this is where council will probably want to come back and have more discussion. But I'm showing you the assessment. So again, we don't have the new assessment, like as far as inflation adjustments and that always comes in January, February. But this is showing 23 final to where we're sitting at with assessments. I think it was the latest one we had was from August, so that's the assessments. The next couple pages show the calculation. So we talked about trying to have between a 3 and a 4% tax rate increase. I've split it down into our different classifications. If you look across the percent increase in the blue box, it's showing that the increase for residential is coming in at 3.79. And I ran numerous scenarios, but we're trying to move the small business up a little bit and keep the large business a little bit lower, because we're trying to get them a little closer together. It's really difficult to do because we've got competing demands. You know, we need more money, but if we either drop a rate too much, then we've got to put too much pressure on the other classification. So we're ranging from, actually, large business is looking at a 3.33% increase. Small is a little bit higher. They're sitting up at about 4.97. So again, we're trying to do that creep. And then residential sitting at 3.79. It comes in for a grand total of 4%. But I'm sure at the end of the budget, you will have more discussions about if you're in agreement with this, if you want changes, what you want to see done. And then the next pages are, I just try to give you sort of some more comparisons, break out the residential into the different types, because there's, big differences in terms of what those houses look like. So a single family is coming in at $292, and all the way down to where a mobile home park is, what their tax increase would be. Page 83 shows the overall potential increase. So someone in a mobile home is going to be looking at a $15 increase, where someone in a single family home is potentially about $100. So it's just kind of these pages, I won't go through each one, but it's just kind of trying to show you. And then the next section is, I do the same for commercial. So on page 86, it's showing that for an average, now, commercial averages are a little more difficult because there is a wide variation in assessment. So again, it's an average, but the average small business would increase by 662, and the average large business would increase by 953. But you're looking at, on the next page, you can see the average assessment for a small business is about 650,000, and the average for large is 1.4 million. And just an update, I think everybody probably gets the Muni News every Friday. I did put an excerpt in, and we had it in the introduction as well, but there's been a few more come out, and they're ranging, Blackfalds did 2.9%, all the way up to Morinville's at 7.4, St. Albert's at 5.5, Innisfail's at 2.8, Edmonton's coming in at 6.6. So we're seeing a wide variation in tax rates, but there's a lot of pressure on municipalities. And I know we want to save our citizens and residents as much as possible, but unless we want to change services, it's not possible. So that's the taxation. Utilities, I'll just touch on it really briefly. So again, I've got a rate calculation sheet that you can see we use, and it's just showing you the calculations, but we use an average of 14 cubes for residential water, and we use 14 and 59 for commercial. The next page is a comparison of utility rates. So Rockies on the first line, that's our current ones, and I put Rocky Mountain House's proposed 2024 rates on the far side. But you can see that, other than Drayton Valley, we are running significantly lower than everybody else. And I know Blackfalds increased theirs. It's up around 155 now. I think it's quite a bit higher. And that's the sections.
Great. Thank you, Betty. Do you guys want to take a 10-minute break? Okay, so we will do that now. you. We are back, and so we can continue forward.
All right, we'll start again. So now we're into the body of the operating budget. We go through each, I call them divisions, and each director that's in charge will present their own sections. I'm sure you already know this, but basically, for each division, when you go through it, I try to put in a division income statement that shows you the costs and revenue and expenditures for each entire division. And then it breaks down to what I call departments and then cost centers. So as an example, the water department has about 5 cost centers. So I like to roll that up to a department level so you can see the impact of the entire operations for it. So the first section is general, and it's pretty small. It's just one department, but it's where we put our overall revenues that impact the operation. So it's taxes, requisitions, franchise fees, interest, and some grant income, and then our requisitions that flow out to the schools and seniors, and the transfer. So overall, that budget's sitting at $10 million this year. It's an increase of $423,000, and we've kind of walked through the major changes. So if you could see the division on page 94, and if you go to page 95, it shows you a breakdown of each individual line item within that area. And the details further break down what some of the individual changes are. So I don't know if there's any questions. I mean, I've calculated the 4% going through all of the tax changes. We also show the new assessment. We're looking at about 1.5 million in residential, which is translating into 13,500 of new tax dollars. And the non-residential, there's about 4 million, which is 45, but we're offsetting that this year by 25,000 in the tax exemption. Is there any questions on this page?
No, I think we're okay to proceed.
Okay. And so then the next section is legislative. So this is yourselves. There's a general council budget, and then there's a cost center for each individual, the mayor and each councillor. If you look at page 99, overall, it actually dropped this year from 379 to 374. And that was, we pulled some contracted services out. If you go to council admin, you can see that it dropped by about $5,000, and the change there is we had 10,000 in there under professional consulting, and that's dropped off. That was the strategic planning that we had with the county, and then we added in another 5 for that community events that council indicated that they wanted to have. Questions? No? Okay. The next 7 cost centers, I'm gonna go through the mayors, and then I'll do one counselor, but all the counselors are in essence the same. So there is a slight increase in honorariums this year, and that's because we've now started including cost of living increases in the per diems and the monthly honorariums. But that's actually been slightly offset by the fact that we removed the $100 communication charge, because now everybody has their own phones. So it's very small net increase of $800. And if you look at, we'll do Councillor Ald, because he's first. It actually changed by 32, actually went down by $32. So we've added the cost of living increase, and then we took out the communications. The only one that's slightly different is, I believe, Counselor Chappelle. We removed the CPP contribution, because you don't pay that. Is there any questions on the council budgets?
I don't think so. I think we're okay, Betty.
Okay. The next section is administration. And there's 6 departments that we include in this. General corporate is kind of things that are affect, kind of overarching. Let's see. So, oh. Okay, so we've got fees for general service, that's, airport, we have a services in kind. FCSS, they pay for a portion of the, admin and finance because they're kind of standalone, they need to balance to zero. And then we charge the library for payroll processing. And other than that, we have a few changes within the grants and transfers. Okay, and I will let the CAO speak to those.
So, Deputy Mayor, this is where council would have a discussion on the request from the museum for the additional 10,000. Because if you look at page 137, it's budgeted for 30,000. And council may also want to discuss the football club request, because that would be a grant, correct? Because it's not our capital, so it'd be a grant to the football club.
Great.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson. Before we got to the grants, I had a question on the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance contribution. What do we get for that? The North Saskatchewan generally runs through the county, but just is that a membership that's necessary, or maybe some discussion on that?
Deputy Mayor, just for clarification, this came before council when they sent us the invoice, I think a couple months ago. And council approved that membership, that's why it's in the budget, so, and I think we've already paid probably for 2024.
So maybe we should start with the museum. We can discuss that first. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to say in regards to the extra ask from the museum? Councillor Phillips.
It's going from 30 to 40,000, that's a 33% increase. That's a significant jump in 1 year, so I definitely think this warrants some discussion to talk about it, because that is a big increase.
Councillor Alt.
And on top of that, just the money side of things, we've also given them land twice now, given them additional property. In this last round, we gave them more than what they were looking for, just to make sure it doesn't come back again, so. I don't know if we could put a dollar figure on that as well that we've contributed, but I think it's a lot of money that they're looking for to house their projects, which is important, but I don't know if they need to do all the projects this year. If something can be put off or not.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Just a question to Mr. Kraus on, Councillor All and I attended that meeting, and is that public conversation that we had that we can put into this? Okay. There were some things that were discussed about the fees that the museum themselves have been charging. I found it very, with their budget and projected 2023, there was no year-to-date numbers, you know, as to what they've spent up until this point. It was kind of vague. It was kind of like they weren't sure if they were gonna need that money, but they think they kind of needed that money. They could make up some difference in, you know, for instance, rent was discussed on what they charged the chamber, and places that they could pick up money. I feel sometimes some of these groups, it just might be the easiest way is just to requisition money from the town and county, because it was the same amount for both town and county to be contributing.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the museum? I agree with Councillor Ald in that we did just give them some land and more than what they had asked. And we got a tough budget this year, so I mean, for myself, I'm not really sure that much of an increase is really warranted. Councillor Schipel?
Looking at their budget, they do run a pretty lean machine there, a lot of volunteers, and they do have a fundraising line on there where this year they're anticipating 35,000 in fundraising. So they do quite a bit of effort in terms of looking after themselves. I'd be inclined not to give them 10,000. I'd be inclined to give them half of their request of 5,000 and see where they come out next year. And if they're fundraising 35,000, that's pretty good. Possibly they can fundraise another 5,000. I don't want to say no to them. I think they do a good deed for the community, and they work hard there. So I'd be prepared to put 5,000 into the budget.
I'd feel comfortable with that amount. Any other thoughts? Councillor Hutchinson?
I just look at all of the requests under grant and transfers, and, you know, I appreciate all of the work that everybody, you know, that contributes to having these things in our community, but again, how do we find that balance between giving to certain groups and not others, and having the whole tax base having to be increased to fund those grants and transfers.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes, just, you know, their request is a 33% increase. Even at 5,000, that's still, you know, you're looking about 16% increase. 4% would be $1,200. I would be inclined more to go in the $2,500. That's still an 8% increase, which is still a significant jump. That would be my choice, would be more to go to 2,500 as opposed to the 5,000.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Again, I would just be cautious on, you know, a request from one group, and so how many more of these other groups throughout the year then are going to be, well, you gave 25% to this group. When do we stop? Where, like, it's going to go on and on and on, and again, I appreciate what these groups do, but I would be inclined to just put everything on hold as what we have in front of us, and no increases across the board for any of the groups.
Okay, thank you. Any more thought? Councillor Phillips?
Yeah, I'm anywhere between $0 and $2,500. I'm no higher than that, so I'm fine with leaving it status quo as well.
We do have a tough budget this year. I mean, I think the original ask of 10,000 is probably way too high. I would be okay with something very minor, like what you had just suggested, or a $0 increase, but just kind of trying to gauge what the rest of council is thinking. Councillor Schipel?
I'd be prepared to do the $2,500. Or something.
Counselor Alt?
Is there any way of knowing what we've donated it in land as for value?
So Deputy Mayor, I guess we would just have to figure out the area and the lease rate.
What was the land size again?
Mr. Swader, do you have the?
Okay.
So everything that we do has a value, whether it's gift in kind or monetary. We have gifted the museum quite a bit of land value in my mind. And as you said, Deputy Mayor, we're having an increase this year in our tax. It's not what we want, but if we keep adding and adding, I agree with Councillor Hutchinson. Where do we stop, and how do you defend your giving to one and not another? So I'd be on the side of just leaving it status quo.
Anybody, anyone else?
I'm just waiting on Mr. Schrader's.
Okay.
I say maybe go with the next one, no.
Okay.
That's all right. I don't wanna rush to the number.
Counselor Phillips?
Just clarification on process, do we need to make a motion, or do we just do how do we come up with a consensus?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, I think we would appreciate a motion from council, so for today, I mean, this is really a committee of the whole type of meeting. But if there's any changes that council wants to make to this draft budget, it's probably better that it's done by motion. That's the way it's tracked and everyone is just kept informed.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Phillips?
Yes, and I'm not sure if this information will be handy or not. How many years have they been at $30,000? Do we know that? Has there been any increases in the last number of years?
Well, Mr. Schrader might have that answer.
I think it is rolled on a 4-year contract, and each year they had the opportunity to review it, and they haven't reviewed it for the last 4 years in regards to the amount. But prior to that, it was at 20,000, and we kind of slowly brought it to 30,000 in the year. So we've been doing this for 22 years now.
Counselor Hutchinson?
I know at the meeting when they presented the contract to us, and that one was, I thought it was a 5-year contract. And it was at the $30,000 for the last 5 years. And again, just for the interest of all of these groups, coming to us with these large increases, take your cost of your inflation or whatever it may be, and add 10% per year, as opposed to jumping in with a large increase that these ones are asking for right now.
Okay, so kind of seems, okay, Counselor Schiffel, go.
I'm gonna make a motion, see if it has any traction, and that motion would be that we support the museum to a maximum of $2,500 increase on their request.
Okay, thank you for your motion. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Okay, so we'll call that to a vote. Those in favor of the motion and those opposed, and that is defeated. Counselor Hutchinson?
So we don't need to make a motion to leave it as is? No. Okay, thank you.
So also we should be talking about the lighting project then at this time, Mr. Kraus?
Yep, Deputy Mayor, yes, because that would be a grant to the football club, because it's their project, they own the lights, so we'd be providing them with a grant, so it'd be under this section of the budget.
Counselor Phillips?
So my question is, I see the gifts in kind here. Is that included in the upper budget with the shortfall of 116,000, or is that a separate number? I'm kind of confused on that.
Deputy Mayor, to Councilor Phillips, I am not sure. I could ask Mr. Ament to come up because he's been in conversation with the Football Association. I don't know if he can provide greater clarity or not. So.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Council. I'll try to provide a little bit of clarity here. My discussions with Mr. Lott. When it comes to the in-kind, I understand the Global Raymac has already donated that in-kind, so they've indicated that that's what they've received. They didn't get charged, but that would have been the value of the surveying. The Perdini's concrete discount is estimated at $4,000. I believe that hasn't been realized yet because they haven't gone to that stage of the project. The directional drilling amount, again, is an estimated amount because that service hasn't been provided yet, but that's an estimate of what the in-kind value of that would be. The lights from the Cinex discount, that has already been realized because they purchased the lights through Mr. Turner and Cinex, right? So, yeah, so I guess what Mr. Lott has done is here's the value of what they've received or they're anticipating of gift in kind. So when I guess, when we look at, I've asked Mr. Lott to include the amount that they budgeted for GST. He spoke to the fact that they are not GST exempt, right? So they don't get a GST rebate or can apply for that. So they had budgeted, in the one item, just over 12,000 in interest, but then year to date, based on what they've spent already, it was just over 11,000 what they've spent. So what they're spending on GST, they're realizing on gifts in kind. I think part of that with the football club running the project and managing the project, they have the ability to go back to these companies and ask for discounts in different time. Typically, if it's a project run by a municipality, we don't have that option. We put it out to tender and here's our price. Right, so it's a little bit, yes, they're paying GST where we're GST exempt, but then they get some deals, right? The gifts in kind, whereas as a municipality, if we're doing the project, we don't have that option because of our purchasing and procurement policies that we have to follow.
Thank you. What was the dollar amount again, Mr. Kraus, that they were looking for an increase for from the town? 50-something thousand?
Yeah, I guess it'd be 58,100 approximately.
Yeah, it was half of the 116 to 28 is what they're anticipating as a shortfall for the project. So we're looking at 50% of that from the town and the other 50% they would request from the county.
And the lights themselves, they'll only be used for football, or will they be used in other instances for town, whatever, things that could
We
happen?
anticipate the lights would be on in the winter, lighting up the oval,
Okay, for skating and.
other potential, whether it's a soccer event or it's not exclusively
Okay.
for the football club. Could be used for the high school, for their activities, and ultimately is a community asset that all the community uses.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Deputy Mayor, just for further clarification, that's why when this project was going through, the town took on the operations, and so we'll be incurring the cost for the power of the lights, all of that. So recognizing that
Right.
the community does benefit from it.
Councillor Phillips first and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I mean, and this is by no means an ideal situation that we're being asked to come up with a substantial amount of money. I know I've said this before, but unfortunately, the lights are already here. They're purchased in here. The project isn't a go back. It's not like we can say, well, we're not going to do this project and we can go back. I think that point has come and gone. Unfortunately, you know, the fact that there was nothing put in for pilings and engineering and things like that, it still falls back onto us to decide, are we gonna make this project go forward or not? And I do believe it's beyond that point where this project needs to go forward because the lights are already here. Like they're not, it's not like they're, you know, kind of in limbo, they're already here. And the, you know, the light standards are already purchased. So they may not be here, but they're already paid for, so I reluctantly think we should put this in the budget, but I do think that this is, it's unfortunate that we're being put in this position where we have to allocate more money to it.
Thank you. Counselor Hutchinson.
2 comments. On the operations, will the county be cost sharing that with the town?
That has not been discussed with the county. It's not part of our current agreement.
Okay. So if they're saying that the 37,500 gift in kind has already been received, would that 37,000 be not added to their current total revenue income of 300,000, which would only leave them a shortfall of 80,000?
My understanding in conversations with Mr. Lott is that they foresee that this would be the amount that they would request from us to get the project done. If through their in-kind donations and other savings they can realize, then if they don't use it all, it would come back to the town.
Yeah, go ahead.
I still struggle with this, giving the vagueness of all of the items in here. I don't know if there's certain engineering standards for football lighting, but the amount spent on, or the amount that they're looking at for piles and foundations, I just question, is there other ways, more economical ways of doing it? You know, just given some conversations I've had with people that deal with piles and foundations all the time, have they explored the ways of possibly doing it? I mean, to me, it looks like they've just taken one firm that says this is what it's gonna be. I just feel there's still not enough information. I wanna see a breakdown of these things, and I wanna see their estimates. I don't know if we are at the position on council, because it's not our project, to be asking for that from them, but if they want money from the town, I need more information, I need more details, because to me, this seems like what they're doing for the piles and foundation is a little bit excessive. Again, I'm not an expert, but is there some place that we can look at to see if this is really what is necessary for a football field lighting?
Again, my understanding is it's when the poles were manufactured, they knew the height the poles had to be. And once the poles were manufactured, then the company did the engineering, here's what you need for piles. And that's where they've come up with that dollar amount. And then what they've done is gotten the 3 quotes from different companies to do the installation of the piles and erect the poles based on here's the engineered drawings, and that's what they've already indicated. Well, they're spent just shy of $6,000 on engineering. That was given to them after the poles were produced and manufactured. Now, here's the engineered drawings that your contractor will be required to follow to do the installation. It's not to say that they've picked a contractor to do that installation yet. There may be, you know, cost savings there. Some of it is the concrete that they've discussed with Berderdes. But so that's my understanding is the process that they've had to go through is here's the poles, here's the engineered drawings for what you need to install the poles.
Okay, thank you, Rex. Counselor Alt.
I just have to step out for a minute before I go. My comment would be, I don't think that this project was done properly from the beginning. If you're gonna have poles in the ground, there's gonna be some kind of pile or foundation that these poles need to sit on. There's no money budgeted for any of that. there's no money budgeted for engineering. I just don't think this was done properly. I know Mr. Lout says their skin in the game is from the $25,000 that they received from the Masters Games. And he doesn't seem to be too keen on the idea of doing some fundraising, just regarding the email that he sent. So I'd be in favor of putting a hold on this. But I apologize, I gotta step out for 5.
Okay, thank you. I think this one is a tough one. I see both sides to it. I agree with Councillor Phillips in that things are here and it will benefit more than just people within the football community in town. But I also get where Councillor Hutchinson is coming from as well. So I don't know, this one for me is a tough one. I am concerned if we keep putting it off, the costs are just gonna keep increasing. Yeah, I don't know where I sit with this. Councillor Schipel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to be clear on how much funding we've already provided and what the total amount of funding would be that we'd give this project. So from this document, it indicates 62,500 we've already given them. And now they're knocking on the door for another 60,000 essentially. And we have nothing to support any of the numbers other than this budget, which, as Councillor Hutchinson said, leaves questions in my mind when I look at it as to what in fact has been donated or gifts in kind, if it's included in the price or where it comes out of the price. I mean, if it was a line number on the so-called statement, I mean, that would make more sense. There's just questions in how this has come together. The other thing is $100,000 for foundation. I go, I'm hoping that they've supplied, Wes with all the numbers as to how all this has come together, or if they just phoned up somebody and said, hey, here's, how much to do this, and the guy said, oh, it's gonna cost you 80,000. Okay, well, we'll put 80,000 in the line. Like, we have physical paperwork to support the numbers. I mean, we're making a substantial financial contribution. Should we add the additional 60,000 or 58,000? I'm just not so sure I feel 100% comfortable with it.
Thank you. Is there a process that's possible? So if council was to say, yes, we'll allow up to $58,000 extra, is it possible rather than giving that full dollar amount up front, where they can provide receipts of the work that but I guess they probably need that money before they can even have, sorry, I'm just trying to work this in my mind. Councillor Hutchinson.
I still just question their process of what they're doing. I would rather see us spend another $5,000 to an engineering firm to find out if this is overkill on what they're wanting for these lights, or is it an actual, what is actually required.
So Deputy Mayor, if I may, so council seems to have a lot more questions about this project. So if council did approve the 60,000, for example, we wouldn't be increasing the tax rate by another 0.5%. It'd be our recommendation that we would pull the money out of reserve to fund it. So it's not going to be crucial for this decision for the budget, but I would suggest that you invite Mr. Lott back to council as a delegation for you guys to ask the specific questions.
I think that is a great idea. Councillor Schipel.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I'd be in favor of that process. I think that would maybe solve some of the issues that, give us some of the answers to the questions we have, because, when he was here, I wasn't so prepared. Now I'm maybe more prepared to ask the questions, so
Okay.
I'd be in favor of just, let's talk to him again.
Okay. Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, if, excuse me, if ultimately these funds, whether they are or aren't approved, are coming out of the reserves, then making a decision today isn't as urgent. Yes, I would be in favor of having those questions asked.
Councillor Hutchinson.
would it be appropriate or would it be possible to have admin look into the installation of football lighting and see whether or not this is, like I said, is there a standard? Is there something, do we have engineering that we have access to or anything to be able to give some clarity on what they're doing?
So Deputy Mayor, this one's a little different because it's not our project, right? So I don't know how much we want to get involved into design and construction of it, because it's simply not our project. I mean, you could request that the football club, they do have the engineer drawings for the foundation and whatever. Take that and get different opinions, I guess. But I mean, we don't want to say, go with this foundation, it's not our project. And if they do go with the foundation, then who's liable if it fails?
Right.
Right, so.
Go ahead, Councillor Chabot.
Deputy Mayor, just a subject offline. So we have these requests that we seem to get behind the 8 ball on. The Push Park, all of a sudden, they applied for a grant that we needed to put money forward, and here's another one where we are behind the 8 ball. And maybe we need a policy as to how we deal with these people so they're aware when they knock on a door. It can't be after the fact, it has to be before the fact. And I feel somewhat, instead of where Councillor Phillips is at, well, the project is past the point of no return, but on the other hand, we have questions and no answers. So is there a policy that we can set in place that somehow we control these things, if at all possible, in the future when they come before us, so we're not blindsided or forced? Because I think that's what we really are, is forced into doing something that we haven't budgeted for. So I don't know.
Yeah, no, council can definitely request a policy for funding non-municipal capital projects is basically what it would be.
Yeah. Councillor Hutchinson?
Could that be something that we include with that whole line 2700, grants and transfers? Do we have a policy or anything on how we're, kind of some guidelines on who we're giving money to and how and what and the criteria right now?
No, council doesn't. So every one of these organizations, the budget has been approved by council, previous councils, and this council, versus these organizations applying for a grant every year. Council has just decided to fund them every year. So there is no formal process for that. But, so the only policy we have on grants, which is just going to change in the new year, is our large grants, right?
So maybe that is something that we should move forward with doing to get some clarity. Because I understand, like, was the large grant, was that the Kickstart grant that was originally put in place for COVID?
No, so we always had the large grant process throughout. The Kickstart grant program was COVID specific to help organizations get out of the financial strains of the pandemic. And then that ended last year, I think is the last year that funds came.
Councillor Phillips?
Yeah, I agree that we should probably look at some type of policy, just so that we don't run into this situation again. Because there's a very real potential that we could run into this situation again if we're allowing third parties to manage, manage projects that the town isn't involved in. I would like to see the policy, have something along the lines of, when an organization comes to us with an idea. I know we talked about, we'd given $25,000 to the pump track park for initial design and concept drawings and things. To have that kind of stuff kind of put into the policy on how we deal with that concept drawings and how we deal with construction and ownership afterwards and things like that.
Yeah, the pump track's a little bit of different scenario than this project, right? So from the
Yes.
beginning, we knew the pump track would be turned over to the town upon completion of construction and become a town facility. So that gives us a lot well, more leeway to get involved in the process. So that's why we have that agreement with them, like, no construction can start until all the money's in place and all those checks and balances are there. You know, plus we have staff on their construction committee to review drawings to make sure we're not inheriting a substandard facility and stuff like that. Where this project, we don't become the owner of it. And this project is on school property, so it gets a little bit more convoluted. So what council did with this project was recognizing that the community, there is a community benefit to these lights, you know, for the oval, for soccer, for other, that we, council, took on that we would pay for the operating costs of the lights once they were constructed. So that's council's further contribution to this project, I guess. So the only policy that council has in place right now in regards to the grants that are in the budget is your core services policy, which lists these as supplementary. So they're always up to council's discretion, because really what these grants do is support community groups that are really providing a service outside the scope of municipal responsibility. So, but if council wants a policy to kind of narrow that down, we can definitely draft that for council.
Okay, thank you. I think it would probably be helpful. So I think what I'm hearing is that we're kind of just gonna leave the lighting for today. We'll invite Mr. Lott back to speak to us again, and then we can make some decisions from there. And then, do you need a motion for?
Please.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Phillips.
Yes, I'll make a motion that we invite Mr. Lott to a future council or CPG meeting, whichever one, to advise us with more information on the lighting project and to answer more questions we have. Thank you.
Thank you for your motion. Any debate or discussion on the motion? Okay, those in favor and none opposed, that is carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor
And
Hutchinson.
we would need a motion to have administration look into developing a policy for grants and transfers. Is that sufficient? Okay.
Thank you for your motion. Any discussion on the motion? We'll call that to a vote. Those in favor, none opposed, and that is carried. Thank you. Okay, so I think we can continue on. I think, so we're heading into CAO office. Oh, sure, yeah.
I just did some calculations here. So in 2020, we leased them roughly 6,700 square feet. With our lease rate, that'd be $536 per year that we would charge them. And then 2023, we're doing 14,300 square feet, which would be roughly $1,144 per year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schwitter. Good info to have, thank you. So I think we can. I think we can continue. Thank you, Betty.
All right, so we'll carry on to the rest of the administrative departments. The next one is the CAO's office, and aside from, you know, salaries and benefit changes, there's just some minor adjustments in staff conference and membership fees. There's not a whole lot of changes in that department.
Okay.
Questions?
Any questions in that department there? Okay.
Okay.
Keep going.
The next one is finance. So there is a few changes, not a lot of big changes. Postage, we dropped it by 1,000. You know, we continue to try to get e-billings. Utilities is actually at about 50%, which I think is wonderful. And, you know, now that we can can email property tax and assessment notices. We're gonna do another campaign this year to try to encourage people to sign up for the e-billing, which, I mean, it's so much easier to do, and to me, it's easier to keep track of a PDF than it is a piece of paper, so hopefully people will buy in, but yeah, we just kind of had some minor changes throughout assessment. The assessment contract increases every year. We dropped our materials and supplies based on looking at prior year's actuals. And yeah, the bottom lines, there's the gross recoveries, it's on, I switched GL accounts, but we transfer administrative costs into utilities because utilities, we want them to be self-funding. And actually during this study, the fellow that did it, he does a calculation similar to the one that I do, but he also includes common services, which is all of our fleet vehicles, which makes a lot of sense. So he had done a calculation, so I sort of looked at his and we changed them a little bit. So now we're moving 140,000 from finance into utilities, and when you get to common services, you'll see that we're funding another section of that, and that makes a lot of sense, that they should pay for a portion of all the vehicles and the vac truck and, you know, all the things that they use when there's water or sewer issues. So not a lot of changes there. Information technology. You can see that the professional consulting did go up a little bit. It consists of several contracts, like there is our outsourcing agreement, but we've got all sorts of backup monitoring. They manage, sorry, I don't know what it stands for, MMS contracts, the anti-spam, all of our firewall. It did increase this year. And then a lot of the IT services and agreements, that's our individual software licensing. I did split it out a little bit more this year, but for instance, the Microsoft E3 annual licensing, that's $10,000. I've added in 15,800, and that's for Laserfiche annual fees. It's one of our new capital projects for records management. We're replacing a HP software that actually is no longer supported and doesn't work. Like, we can't make any changes to it. So those are the changes in the IT area.
Sorry, Betty. Councillor Schifelt has a comment or question?
I have two questions.
Okay.
One goes back a few pages, and that's general, there's general training. It's called Central Square Conference. What is Central Square Conference? We sent 4 staff members to that.
That's, well, and we haven't sent 4 staff, but that's our Diamond, that's our financial software.
Okay.
And it's probably one of the best conferences, if they have it locally, that we can send people to. They do real hands-on training. So if we can, we usually try to send 4 of our finance staff to that.
Okay. And so I'm trying to get the second question I have is about IT. And so looking at the numbers here, I came up with this number that looks like it costs us $252,000 to maintain our IT. I just want to figure out the number, what it does cost us to maintain our IT. I'm looking at page 150.
Yeah, so
And so
252,
So it's 252, 470. Is that what we pay annually to look after our IT?
yes. Well, not to the contractor.
But
All
that's
the costs,
licensing.
the outsourcing agreement is 120,000. So you would just barely be able to hire 1 IT staff to do that. And you then have to buy all of the software that they use, because right now we're giving the new finance manager training, and like, there's a lot.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get that number in my head because trying to figure out, it just seems large, but I understand how it's derived, so.
And I mean, probably the 2 biggest system, well, the one biggest system that we run is the financial software. I mean, that we have absolutely no choice. But a lot of these things, like the licensing, Microsoft and Adobe, they're all annual licenses now, so there's no way to get around it.
Deputy Mayor, just one question, and I'm not sure where to fit this question in, and I'm not sure what the answer is. So as I went through all this, and I look at payroll, it looks like our benefits are costing us about 20% of our payroll, maybe 22%. I couldn't get it because I was trying to figure it out from the numbers in the budget, and it varies for department, but it appears to be like 22%, and it's a 20 to 22. It's a growing number. At what point should council cap that number and have employees pay a portion? Because typically in business, sometimes it's an 80-20 program where employees pay 20% of the 80% on different things. And have we ever looked at it as a council? Because the number is escalating every year. There's a bigger number. And at what point do you cap it and say, okay, 20% is what we are prepared to pay for, or come up with some shared agreement? At this point, we pay 100% as a town, do we not? What do we pay?
It varies on the benefit. The town pays 100% of some, the
It's
employee pays 100% of some.
Long-term disability that
So-
employees pay 100% of.
Yeah, that's norm.
Yeah. Just to split it out, because I did do analysis, because I suspected you would ask the question.
Thank
The-
you.
The benefits that we have no choice in paying, that really truly in my mind aren't benefits, EI, CPP, and WCB, they constitute about 8% of our totals. The other 12% is basically Sun Life and LAPP. LAPP, I mean, I suppose you could opt out of it, but I mean, it's so organization-wide in terms of municipalities participating. And it's, I mean, the rates for it are, it's 8.45% up to 66,600, and then it's 11.65% after that, up to 190,000. So, but it's very standard. And then Sun Life, it ranges, it depends on, some of it's based on people's salaries, depending on there's individual things within it. We pay accidental death, group life, dental, dependent life, EAP, which is Employee Assistance Program, extended health, and short-term disability. Some of them are based on what you make, and some of them are based on whether you're married or single. Right now, we're seeing, like, the average for that is about $6,700. So it's, coming in, and so the two that are, I would call benefits, are coming in at about 12%.
So I'm not advocating that we don't have a benefit program. What I'm advocating is possibly capping that program, or have a employee pay, or something to that effect. It'll be going up higher. Every year it goes up. Benefit plans typically go up. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not sure how council feels, but there will be a day when it's going to even escalate more. And so at what point do we start the discussion with our staff to say, here's how much we're prepared to pay, and in 2026 it's going to be a shared plan or something different. I just don't know if it's even got traction amongst my fellow councillors, but it's one of those things that we've just sort of said, yeah, okay. But as it escalates, is it a time to say, okay, we're going to cap it? Private business typically does that to some extent, so I just throw that out there. And I'm not sure if this is the right time to have that discussion or not. I wasn't sure where to bring it forward, so.
I'm not sure either.
It's on the table, so council might have the discussion.
Councillor Phillips?
Yeah, I mean, my first question would be to see what other municipalities in our range do as well. because we're competing with those staff members. I mean, they could come here, ours could go there. We're directly competing with those municipalities for employees. So I would like to see what they're doing first, before we would do anything to ours, because if we put ourselves at a disadvantage, we could find ourselves losing staff, and that would not be something that we'd wanna perpetuate. So I would wanna see what other municipalities are doing first before going down this road, I guess.
That makes sense to me. Any other discussion on that? Counselor Hutchinson?
You know, I guess I value, as we all do, everything that our staff does. And sometimes that splitting of a premium, doing an 80-20 or 75-25, whatever it might be, just might be something that says, hey, you're right, I'm gonna go to another municipality that does something a little bit better for me. It's tough with staff. I mean, we dealt with that with other committees that I'm on, and, you know, there was no COLA increase from COVID on, and then it just took 2 years, 3 years before it built up, and everybody said, hey, we're not doing this anymore, and then you get this big increase. So, and then how do you go back? And so an employee that's had all of that for so many years, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're gonna cut you back, and you now have to put 20% of your own income, or whatever it might be, to contribute to that split. So I understand what you're saying, that eventually it's getting more and more and more, but I would lean more towards, let's cut something else before we start looking at changes to our staffing.
Just a comment, like, when you look at benefits as a whole, yes, it's a large number. The only one that you really could potentially change would be your Sun Life benefit. So, you know, that would be the one. And we also have, I think it's a benefit that we don't have a unionized environment. So you start changing things significantly, you potentially run the risk of something like that happening. And it has become much more difficult to recruit. I know when we're running ads this year, it's becoming far more difficult, and getting qualified candidates is significantly harder, and I think it's happening in all areas, so it's just something to consider.
Counselor Schiffel?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I totally appreciate, Betty, what you're saying. We definitely want to stay away from any of the aforementioned items. And I agree with, you know, Councillor Phillips. I think we should just see what other municipalities are doing, and if anybody's doing anything at all. I mean, if they're not, then I think that sort of solves it in a hurry. But benefits are going to be going up and going up more. I mean, medical care, prescriptions, all that stuff is going up, and with that, the premiums go up. So, I don't know, it may be something down the road. I mean, it doesn't have to happen right away, but it could be a 3 or 4 year plan, so everybody's aware of, hey, here's what we're looking at. I mean, if it's gently and done, possibly.
Counselor Hutchinson?
So the Sun Life benefits are just offered to the full-time employees, correct?
Yeah.
Not any of the part-time.
Right.
How many people is that? Off stop?
Oh, say 70.
Yeah, thank you.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes, so Councillor Schiffel touched on something. I mean, from a council point of view, we're gonna see, you know, not just the pressures of inflation, but the pressures of not having enough labor force in Alberta, let alone Canada. These are things that are gonna hit us hard, and they're gonna put a lot of pressure on our budgets. So one thing that we have to keep in mind is that, you know, the funding model for municipalities has been the same for about 100 years, taxation. So one thing that we need to do as municipalities and AB Munis and FCM is we need to lobby the governments to give us a better funding model, so that municipalities have an ability to change the funding model from taxation to something different, because we're being asked to do more with less ability to raise funds, so just, there's my soapbox, I'll stand on it.
Counselor Hutchinson.
And apparently that's happening. Something's gonna come in the new year, but until then, we're stuck.
I mean, just a comment, and certainly, I mean, it's something we always look at. If we started seeing huge increases in, say, it would be an extended health and medical dental, I certainly think there would be a discussion, at least at the admin level, going, okay, you know, all of a sudden you saw a 50% increase. I think there would be a discussion about, is this reasonable? So it's not something that we would never not look at and take into consideration. So,
So are we wanting Edmund to bring something back, saying what other municipalities are doing, or are we okay to leave it as is for now? Go ahead, Councillor Schipel.
Deputy Mayor, I think it would be good just to have it in our back pocket, just to know. I wouldn't go spending a bunch of time on it, but if we phoned half a dozen communities or found that information out, at least give us some, you know, maybe it's a mute subject, and go from there.
Yep, no, I mean, administration can do that. Just my experience with 3 municipalities, we're on the low end, to be honest with you, for benefits. But we can do the comparison if council so wishes.
Do you need a motion for that, Mr.
Yes, please.
So when you say on the low end, would they all not participate basically in the same programs that we do? Like, what would they,
They can have different, like vision care.
we don't have vision care?
No. Stuff like that. So, I mean, you
And
can
that's good to
add,
know.
you can add on, you know, different benefits to it, so.
I also make a motion that we have administration look into benefits plan comparisons to other communities as to what we pay and what they get and what we give. And just look at it. Because maybe you're right, maybe we don't do a good enough job.
Thank you for your motion. Discussion on the motion. Okay, we'll call that to a vote. Those in favor and none opposed, that is carried.
okay, next department is communications. And again, this is where you're seeing the new position coming in. We've budgeted it to start on March 1st. So next year you'll see a little bit of an increase when we annualize the cost. And there was some minor changes in putting in some training and travel budgets for that person. And we dropped some of our materials and supplies to compensate for that.
Sorry, Betty, just a moment. Councillor Schipel.
Thank you. That position is now a full-time position.
Yes.
Have we ever looked at .5 for that position? Would it be adequate, or .75, or it's gotta be 1.0?
No, we did the analysis, the business case, and the workload would be a full-time position, because, I mean, initially we started out as .5 and a .5 in another area for assistance, but just going through the business case or the business plan for that position, it was full-time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is town office. So this is basically, we have a lot of building, I call them cost centers. And this is just the cost of maintaining various buildings throughout the organization. So this is for the town hall. So the salaries and wages consist of custodial costs. We have people coming from recreation to clean the building, and then the building maintenance fellows are charged here, and not a whole lot of changes. We dropped some of the building maintenance cost, dropped that down by 3,100. So they're spending as little as possible on the building, so, barring anything. And that's the general and administrative division.
Go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Where do repairs fit in for the town office? Is that somewhere else down the road? Like I'm thinking the leaky roof, things like that.
These would go into like our contracted building maintenance, so yeah, if we had to fix the roof, it'll end up showing up in this.
Under
But
this.
we haven't added anything in anticipation of leaky roofs.
Should
but-
we be? I don't know.
Well, in regards to our roof, we had a choice in this year of redoing the roof for over $20,000 or doing a patch repair for 1,500. We opted for the 1,500 as council moves down the path of a new town hall. I mean, if that idea gets scrapped, then we're gonna have to invest more money into this building.
Yeah.
I'm, just a comment, I'd be hesitant, it's a real balancing act when you're doing your budget. I'd be really hesitant to put a $20,000 budget in here to say, well, we might have a leaky roof. Because if we add something like that that we don't know we're gonna spend, then we either need to cut a service to fund it or increase taxes. So for something, and you know, that's, I guess, where your judgment comes in. It's like, okay, well, I'd rather not put it in, and if we do have something that's really unexpected, sort of once time occurrence, then we come to council and I'd fund it from our kind of accumulated surplus, our rainy day fund or the, you know, the emergency fund, rather than starting to drive tax increases with changes like that.
So that makes sense. Okay, so next section.
Okay, protective services. So I guess I get to do RCMP and fire and, or do you wanna do them? I'll let you. Getting tired of talking. So RCMP, I'll just do the highlights and then CAO Kraus can take over, but, the biggest change is in our contracted services, and that's $107,000. And we do a lot of analysis on this. They send us a forecast and, you know, we review it and break it down and calculate what the changes are. Yeah, we're at 12 members. 156,000 is our share of their costs, and that's not just salaries, it's salaries, benefits. They've got other, costs that they charge us. So it's up to 1,875. They've added in extra duty, based on their forecast, that's gone up this year. And then we in turn calculate up on the revenue side. Basically, we're getting 300,000 from the school division, and Clearwater County is their share of the resource officer.
Thank you.
So,
Just a moment, Betty. Councillor Schipel?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I think I've asked this question before of Mr. Kraus, and that has to do with the 41% that they charge us of the building cost of the RCMP building. And if 41% is a realistic number, or if there's any opportunity to negotiate that 41% down.
I doubt it. I think they base it on the complement that's in there. Like we have a complement of 14, they have a complement of 16, and they go off of basically that type of ratio. I mean, no harm in asking, but they apply that to all of their RCMP buildings across Canada. So for us to try to get a one-off with the federal government, I would say is unlikely.
Thank you. I think it's worth the question. If we ever have the opportunity to ask that question. I know, is that a policing committee question, or is that a?
We would have to go beyond the local detachment. We'd be talking to Ottawa on that one.
Would that be Ottawa or a K division question?
Ottawa.
Because right now, when we have 12 members, I believe there's 32 members in there in total, is my understanding.
Yeah.
So,
They would probably use the complement of 14 in their calculations, though. because we actually have 14, we just asked them not to fill 2 positions.
Okay. Yeah, don't ask, don't know.
Yep. Thank you.
They actually even charge us property tax.
Do we collect property tax on that building?
They give us a grant in lieu for the whole property tax on the RCMP building, and then they charge us back 41% of that.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
And the assessment just went up triple of everything else in town, or?
So, yeah, that's the main thing within the RCMP is the staffing. And I did add criminal record checks. I looked back on the briefing notes, and I think they had an estimate of 744 employment checks, so I've put 744 at $30 in for that. And then fire, I'm sure CAO Crest wants to jump in on this one. No? Okay. Okay. Okay, so this one, there is an increase in the fire services. Now, it would have gone through ICC, and I believe they were adding benefits for the firefighters. So that's translating into an increase of $67,000. And again, when I look at the service, I look at our station is probably one of the busiest. And yeah, we don't want to live without this service because we have seen there's been a few houses burned down. I mean, they do a lot of motor vehicles and assistance, but I mean, it's such a vital service. I really wouldn't want to impact that operation. And then we have fire hall, so this is again the cost of maintaining the building. So our building maintenance increased, they put in $10,000 for a one-time expense of a new air conditioner, so obviously something's broken there. And other than that, it's just really some minor changes. We did assign some salaries and wages, so things moved, so yeah, it's custodial staff going and helping clean. Next one is disaster services, so this is, I mean, it's pretty nominal, there's no changes, but this is for our emergency training to have everybody trained in, you know, the disaster services and just some supply costs if we have any expenditures. And then the next one is community enforcement. And Director Schwader is gonna come speak to that.
Deputy Mayor, Council.
Hello.
So in regards to community enforcement for 2024, nothing really has changed drastically. As far as revenue-wise, no cap fees anymore, so decrease a couple $1,000s there. As far as provincial fine, local revenue, that's kind of status quo. In regards to, this subscription is probably the main increase in regards to the radio systems that we have. In come February, we're in line to get the RCMP communications with our officers, which is positive. Line 2257, contracted services, spade and neuter program is no longer. We'll cross that off. We spent $20,000. We budgeted $20,000 for 2023. Since we have no contract with a kenneling service, we've been we'll put that down to $10,000. And so ideally, at the end of the day, it's $7,700 difference from 2024 to 2023.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Schiffel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It indicates 3 vehicles here. Is it only 3 vehicles we have, or is it more than 3 vehicles that we have?
We have 3 modern vehicles, and one Durango that we're still using for the bylaw enforcement. That position, whether it's a summer student or don't have a bylaw officer, I think the fleet will be decreased by the one vehicle.
So when would that be decreased?
Well, ideally, like, we applied for a bylaw student for this coming summer, 2024, so if the vehicle's still available and running, we'll still use that vehicle.
Okay. So it's 4 vehicles that we're maintaining?
Yep.
really? Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Phillips.
Just a quick question, the AFRAC system, when will that be officially?
Ideally, we got word that just the other day, Monday, that we're in line for February to be hooked up.
Good, that's
Yeah.
good news.
Any
Okay,
other
if there's No
questions
further
on that?
questions, I'll go to the occupation, health, and safety. Again, budget is more or less the same from 2023 to 2024. Our OH&S coordinator is 60% and 40% through planning, as well as OH&S is 40. As far as training wise, that's for the whole organization. We are changing our incident. We're dealing with Core Point right at the moment. We are switching over to site documents. We are having issues with the present supplier in regards to the programming. So we are in the transition of moving over to site docs for our staff to report and keep track of our OH&S.
Okay.
Any questions regarding occupational health and safety?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're getting ahead. Okay. You ready?
Engineering and operations.
Morning, Deputy Mayor, Council. So we'll hop right over to 195, Common Services Admin. We've got increases in salaries, which you're gonna see pretty much with all of our departments. Same with the benefits. Other big changes, well, not big changes on Common Services is the 400 increase for communications, 200 for the professional consulting, and the 100 for supplies, safety supplies. Any questions on that?
Councillor Hutchinson.
So just on the admin and IT allocation, that's one of the examples that you had said, Betty, that you've moved,
Yeah.
shifted just to make it work.
Okay.
We'll jump over to 201 buildings. So we've got a few bigger decreases on this one for the salaries and the benefits, and then we have increases in power and natural gas. Question?
Okay. I think we're okay.
And we jump to fleet. This is the big one, page 204. So the big increases on this, the contracted equipment vehicles, we upped that one 10,100. We have a lot more equipment having to go out to specialized companies to get them repaired. We can't do that in-house. We don't even want to touch that in-house because of the equipment that you're going to need in the extensive training. You're better off sending that out to companies that do this on a regular basis. The other bigger increase would be for the fuel and oil. Carbon tax. Questions on that? Roads admin. We've got, again, the salaries and wages, increased 26,000, same with benefits. Decrease in training, with the roads, there's not as much training as there is with the water side of it, so we were able to decrease that. We had to increase the contracted repairs, for, tarring the roads. Again, that's a carbon tax thing that is getting us on pretty much everything right now. Other increase is materials and supplies, and that is your pothole repairs type of thing. And again, that's the prices they give us, so we had to increase.
Okay. Any questions on that? Very good.
Sidewalks, 213. We actually decreased this service by quite a bit. We're actually catching up with our sidewalks in town, which is a good thing. We stopped doing our tripping hazards a couple of years ago. Grinding the concrete is just cheaper to replace it than it is to grind it and have to replace it anyways within the next couple of years, so.
Okay. Oh, just a moment, Councillor Schiffel.
This is, just, Deputy Mayor, if I could, just a question on, I don't understand the terminology of, pickling sand and pickling salt for the road. I just wanna know, is that just the terminology used for that product, is pickling sand? And, because in my mind, pickling is something totally different, so, I'm going like, that's just the,
It's the standard terminology. That's where we just mix the salt sand together before it goes on the roads. Some companies do it different and they just go straight salt. Well, we only do 5%. So. Airport. So with the airport, we've got some increases to communications. Check exactly what those are for. Those are more than likely licensing fees and whatnot.
Actually, the communications was, it was some increases in the, for internet, cause he's got another computer in the main foyer that's running things, so.
Minor increases to memberships.
The other big one was he added for 8,000 for crack sealing for the taxiway, so,
To finish off what was started this year.
yeah. The other big change you'll see if you're looking at page 220 is we redid the airport agreement with the county, so now we're handling it a little bit different. We used to collect 15,000 from them, and then we would transfer that plus 15,000 of ourselves into a reserve, and we're not doing that anymore, so that's why you see those changes on the operating grants and then the transfer down at the bottom.
That's pretty much it for that. The airport building. So we've got a good, well, a few decreases there. Increases to the water sewer. They have to sample their water and get the sewer pumped out on a regular basis. And your typical power increase.
Sorry, I'm jumping in if there's stuff he's not. But with the airport last year, we had several one-time expenditures, because we were doing upgrading to the house as well as to the shop, and those things are dropping off now, so that's why you see such a big drop in the operating costs.
Just a second,
just-
Councillor Phillips.
Just a quick question. So we're pumping out the septic, like a septic tank now? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Okay.
It'd be every 3 to 4 years. It's, I
Oh,
believe
so
he
it's
has a
very minimal.
field system out there, but you still have to have.
Okay,
Sucked out.
that answers my second question. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're okay.
We can move on to storm, 227. We did have an increase on the storm, for materials was the big one. For any concrete or the steel we need to repair, replace. That's it for the storms, that's a small one.
Utilities. Utilities.
So 237, water. We have, decreased on the contracted services. There's not much on there. An increase for materials and supplies. What's it gonna say for that?
I'm just looking. The biggest change in water admin is the professional consulting, and we had 57,000 for that last year, and now it's 0. Actually, that's the different contracts that we had, for the wastewater study or the water and wastewater utility rate study, and there was another one, was it water modeling?
The modeling.
The
program.
water modeling, so those were one-time expenditures and they've dropped off this year. The other is the increase that we discussed at service level in terms of the new rates and their impact on the water.
Go ahead, Councillor Phillips.
Just a quick question. I know we discussed something about the potential of having some type of a holding pond. Is that reflected anywhere in here at all, or do we just don't know that we're even having to do that?
That is under capital.
Okay,
For
perfect.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Water admin on 239.
It's already covered that.
Pardon?
That's the 57 and new rates.
Okay. So where are we?
You can go to the next department. Water building.
Water buildings. 243. No change there. Water supply. And 248. So we've got an increase, a minor increase. A huge increase for power. Again, based on the carbon and taxes.
Well, that would be
Natural
part of the
gas increase.
electrical contract, so that's the 15% increase that we're seeing in electricity, so. Okay, I missed the water treatment plant, they're another big consumer of electricity.
And how to do it, yes. Any questions on the water supply? Water distribution, our big increase here is the contracted repairs. dealing
No,
with
it-
water breaks. Pardon?
It's actually went down.
Yeah, or, sorry, it
That was the
decreased,
Frazzle Ice, I think.
which is, yeah. Questions on that page? The water reservoir, no changes to that. Wastewater on 259. Sorry.
If you go to page 263.
263.
It shows the changes.
There we are.
263?
Yeah.
263, yes, sorry. So the professional consulting we dropped off. which
That was
25.
the utility rate study, so.
And minor increases to the, well, it's the insurance and, that's it for that. Wastewater lift stations on 265 or 266. So we have a big decrease on general contract repairs.
Just a moment, Rob. Go ahead, Counselor Schiffel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This message, or presence for Betty is, throughout this whole thing, through the document often, it refers to internal transfers or transfers of one kind. Tell me what that's
What
all
is
about
that?
because it's pretty much in every department and there's money going back and forth.
Okay.
I just want to get a feel for that if we can.
So, if we use wastewater as an example, the wastewater department consists of, there's wastewater admin, lift stations, collections, and wastewater treatment. So if you look at the wastewater admin department, you'll see there's a gross recoveries from other operating of $1 million. It's taking those other 4 departments, cause if you look at them, they all come out to 0. It's taking the net costs of those departments and rolling it up to one, sort of the master department, if you wanna call it that, so that you can see that the cost for wastewater as a whole, if you look at page 263, is $1.972 million. Otherwise, you just see 5 little mini cost centers, and if you wanted to understand how much that whole service costs us, so we roll those up to what I call a department as opposed to a cost center. So that's why you're seeing, if there's a building, so for, in the rec center, if you look at, there's a Rocky Rec Center building account, we take those building costs and roll them up to the whole recreation center, so you can see the total cost for running that function or department. Does that make sense? So it's just kind of rolling up because they've split, especially in the utilities, they've split it down quite a bit. The other place where we've got it is in guest services, because we have guest services programming, we've got fitness, so there's 3 little cost centers that all roll up into one area so that you can see what the total cost is for that one function.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Counselor Schiffel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and this, for Rob. We got 5 lift stations in town.
Yes.
I didn't realize we have 5 lift stations in town.
What locations?
Yeah,
Co-op, Creekside,
My check.
Lychek. Main lift, small.
Just a FYI, I guess, to myself.
We're looking at a fifth
I
for
didn't
the
even
very
read-
north end of
yeah.
town.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate that.
Wastewater collection on 270. So the increases are with the salaries and wages and benefits and your general contract repairs, 5,000. Questions on that?
Councillor Hutchinson.
Where does the expenses for the Frazzle Ice come in, like from last year? Like, what's that under? Cause that would've, do we budget? I mean, last year was unique in itself.
Under distribution,
Oh, okay,
water distribution.
thanks.
So go to 275, wastewater treatment, or 274. I'm getting lost here. So big decrease in contracted infrastructure here. And it'll go down again next year. Or some of the services are gonna go down, until the plant is up and running. Because we are changing the process out there.
Well, in the SRS truck cleanout, that's every other year.
Yes. That and, yeah, so the SRS, clean out and, bladder that we have to get to, do that clean out is all part of that process. That's every other year. And I think we have one more time to do that and then we're done with that process.
So this is where you see the 167 under wastewater treatment. That's the 2 months that we're anticipating for the commissioning of the new wastewater treatment plant. Page 275.
Councillor Phillips?
Sorry, and just a question on the new plant. Have we decided, are we going with staffing it ourselves or to a contracted service, or is that still up in the air? Okay. Decide, okay.
Oh. Yeah, I can, do you wanna do it, or do you want me
I'll
to?
let you do that one. I don't do solid waste.
Yeah, we could break and then do solid waste after lunch.
Sure. Is lunch here?
It's not, but it should be within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Sure. Okay, go ahead and take an hour break. Yeah. Okay, so we are back from lunch, so we'll continue on here with budget discussions, and I believe we are on wastewater treatment.
All right, I'm gonna cover the solid waste, so Rob can jump in if I get something wrong. So solid waste admin, again, we've got the department summary on page 277. So that's why I like these roll-ups. I know it adds to the pages, but you can see that the total cost of our solid waste program is $1.1 million, and that includes the transfers to capital. And you'll notice that line 6,000, transfer to capital, in 2023, we actually budgeted a deficit of 71,000. This year, we're budgeting a surplus of 57,000, so we're in the black, and EPR has not landed yet, so that's gonna generate more surplus for us, but we don't know what that number will be. Okay, so solid waste is, we've got 3 pickup streams, and then we've got the eco center. If you go to page 279 and 280, this is the admin, so this is the curbside pickup stream. The biggest change you see, there's 182,000 in contracted services. If you look at the details, you can see that that's where we've actually budgeted this year for the 180 that's going to the county for our share of the remediation, and it's a revenue and an expense, so it has 0 impact on the operations. The professional consulting went down, and that was, that was the Sonavera waste audit that we did. So not a whole lot of changes there. Just for Councillor Shippold, if you look down at the bottom of that page, so see 2960 gross recoveries? That 50,000, that's the net cost of the department sitting behind this, rolling up into one department. And then we're transferring 57,000 to the reserves.
Your worship. Thank you very much. You must have seen my notes, because I had a doctor to ask that question, so thank you.
I just thought I'd show you it in action. So basically in the solid waste, if you go to page 281, I did increase the solid waste budget. Right now, we charge $27.95. There is an increase of 4% factored into this, which totals about 29,000, which translates into about $1.10 per month. Okay. If you go to the next section, that's the eco center, and this is the waste transfer portion of it. So again, the detail shows that our page 284 shows that our total estimated cost for this is 213,000. And if you go to the next set of pages, it gives you the breakdown. So we're keeping the budget for sale of goods. That's the charges, the $3 per bag or the $30 per. So we're estimating, we haven't changed that, at 78,000. And then we basically take $10 of the $27.95. It is an arbitrary number. So we charge $27.95. We arbitrarily take $10 from that and show $5 of revenue to run the solid waste and $5 to run the recycling section. I mean, we could change it. Bottom line is the whole total is $27.95.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Shippold.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Question about how we collect the funds at the ecosystem. Last year I'd asked a question about if it's cash or credit card, and at that point I believe it was cash.
We have.
And do we have a credit card machine
Yeah,
happening
there's
there
a
now?
debit machine there now,
And
yeah.
are we 100% credit card now out there, or?
I'm
No,
not sure.
I
No.
use my debit card when we go.
You used cash, yeah. So, I guess it's a
I-
combination.
Okay, I'm just wondering for just clarity, if it should not be 100% credit card, just that it's, anytime you're dealing with cash, there's always the opportunity for something to go astray. So I'm thinking that it may make more sense that if we went to a total credit card system there and avoided cash. I just throw that out there because I'd feel much safer not having cash.
I know that there's been times too, though, that we've had to go and something's down, the system's down, and then the only option that you have is
Yeah.
cash, so I think it'd be difficult to do that.
They broke their Monaris machine the other day, so, till we got a new one, it was cash only. So, basically, we're covering $78,000 is being covered by fees coming in. The contracted services, it actually dropped, so in 2023, we were allocating 298,000 of our contract to the waste transfer, and it's dropped to 225. And I recalculate the hauling and tippage every year because we're tracking all of the weights and costs. So, last year it was 495 tons, so it's, or no, this year it's for 495 tons. It's reduced from 620 tons. So we're actually getting less garbage into the waste transfer station, which to me is a good thing because that means people are using their garbage cans. And it is cheaper for us to pick stuff up curbside than it is to run the eco center. So the next one is the recycling depot. So again, on page 288, it's showing there's a total cost of operating the recycling side of this of $241,000. We've got the $5 flat rate, and then the commercial flat rate. And again, it's the contracted services and the hauling contracts. And if I go to, so last year we had a total for contracted services, we had 223,000. It's down to 145 this year. So that's the solid waste stream. Questions? Comments?
No, I think we're okay to move on.
All right.
Oh,
You're done.
sorry.
Okay.
Just a moment, Counselor Hutchinson has a
Oh.
question.
So are the green bins, the organics, in with the recycling? Where do they fit in?
No, they're in the waste, solid waste admin, so we've got 3 streams of garbage pickup. We do organics, recycling, and garbage. So those 3 are in the main administrative one.
But they're not broken down on here for us?
No.
Oh,
Do you want them broken down?
Well,
We can add something for the future if you'd like.
I think from what I've heard in the public is to be able to show, like it does show on here, that we've reduced our tonnage on waste, but to be able to show something that, or maybe it's not even council's thoughts, but in, say, 2020, or pick a year that we were just doing the agreement with the county, and this was our charges, and now our stream is, here, we've reduced this tonnage here, we've reduced this here, we've increased this here. Do you know where I'm going with that? Just some kind
I
of a.
think so. It's really difficult to do prior comparisons when we were all one organization, because we didn't get a lot of the details of the operation. We just got a requisition and paid X amount. So we could try, but, I mean, we could certainly insert a sheet in the utility section that shows the streams of, the changes over the last 2-3 years of how much is being picked up curbside versus what was going to the eco center. but it would be more just our own operations.
I think we're okay to keep going.
Okay. So I'll just do the overview. So social services on page 293, we spend 882,000, and that consists of FCSS. We've got the cemetery and the post house and the medical building, so those three, four.
Okay, good afternoon. We'll touch on the FCSS admin budget. If you look at the page 297, we can go through sort of some of the changes. On the revenue side, obviously, we've all aware of the increase we're getting from the province for the FCSS, an additional 24,000, and then the increase of $6,000 is from the county and the Caroline contributions. And then salaries and wages, we've gone down a little bit, and again, that was to a staffing change and going from a level 5 to a level 1, and we actually changed a little bit on the wage scale as where we're paying a coordinator now as opposed to what we were, so we've realized some savings in that area, which, you know, translates to the benefits. We've reduced some of the training, again, a lot of it online stuff that they're taking more online and less travel training courses. The staff admin and accommodations, that's gone up a little bit, going to additional conferences, but they've saved on one end, but they're spending it on the other. Other minor little changes in the communications, I think that was through their phones. Advertising, they've reduced a little bit. And another changes was contracted services. I'll have to look into the details on what some of the contracted services. Went from 19,000 to 13,500. Yeah, there was building and room rentals. Again, we've again, with some of the programming that we're running, they're renting spaces off-site, the escape program, as well as the rent that they're paying for the facility to the town for the rent of the post house spaces.
Sorry, Wes, just a moment. Councillor Schipel?
One thing I see through here is that typically the meal budget in all the departments has went up, and some significantly. In this one, it's up 491%, although that number looks big because when you're not paying much for meals and you make it big, the percentage goes up in a big hurry. But I just question that number being $5,800, that's what it's going to.
Want to speak to that?
I think what she did was she moved some of the money out of training, but she also budgeted for, when they go to the FCSS conference, there's 2 staff and 2 counselors go, or 2 board members, and she didn't have that budgeted in there, so that's why there's a great big increase. If you look at 299, so last year they only had 1,800 for the, no, that's staff travel. On page 299, down under staff meals, I think they had all of the fees up in the training, and she just split them out. Because if you look at the two budgets, 2211 and 2212, she dropped 2211 by 5,450 on page 298. And she increased the staff meals, so she just moved funds from one GL code to another to more accurately reflect what those costs were. She had them all in training last year.
Did that answer your question? Yeah, and then, the other big change was, down in the, whatever funds that they have in surplus, they've increased the grants portion to, that's line 2755. That's grants to other organizations, went up by about 51,000. So savings in internal programming, and in turn being able to realize some additional funds going out to the other grants that they issue. And as you're aware that they, think at this point, come January, they could give out and spend all of that money right up front, but because the amount of requests they get exceed the monies that they have available. So I believe they're changing the timing of when they're giving out some of the grants. It's not right away in January. But the board is looking at that and working with Andrea as far as, maybe they only get 75% or less, and they may take a little later intake. Councillor Phillips can probably speak to
Yes,
that as well.
just to elaborate on that, our upcoming meeting here in mid-December, that's exactly what we're talking about, is what we're doing that first January meeting, because we don't want to, front load it all and have nothing for the rest of the year. So we basically want to be strategic in what we do and how we allocate funds and where it goes to, and there'll be different criteria on what we do fund and don't fund. So it'll definitely be a topic at our next meeting for sure.
Yeah, in the 2023 budget year too, with the change in the staffing changeover, and again, the additional funding we got from the province, we had more grants that they were scrambling at the end of the year to give out to groups to top up, from request early in the season. And even, I know FCSS always tries to balance to zero at the end of the year, which is really difficult for them forecasting, okay, where am I gonna be at year end?
Yeah.
And so it's a scramble so Andrew's always got a challenge of how much do we make available to the community groups, and how do you balance that with our internal spending needs?
Yep.
Are there any other questions? Because I guess if you look at page, my is 296, the revenues on expenses, it's a zero surplus budget. Andrea does a really good job in the detailed section of describing exactly what each line item entails.
We have one additional FCSS department that's new this year, and that's on page 302. And that's because we'd always been putting all of the board honorariums through FCSS, and it came to light that the town is responsible for paying those. Because if there's a county member, then they get paid by the county, and then the board member honorariums have to go through separately, so we just created another little department.
Yeah, board member honorariums, actually, according to the FCSS Act, are not eligible.
Okay.
So that's where we've had to put that into a different town department. The FCSS other programs, that's often when Andrea, in the past, has written grants on behalf of other organizations. You get grant money, it's not really an FCSS grant, it's for another organization or a partner. So we sometimes are the funding agency, so we created a separate department to handle those funds in and out.
Okay.
And I think that's it for the FCSS budget.
Okay,
On to medical building.
Do you wanna just do the post house?
maybe, can we just do post house and then Wes is done? So, if you go to page 312.
Yeah, so for the post house, we have, revenues that we bring in. We have rental to the pregnancy care center, in the back half of the building. We rent the FCSS main floor rent, so that's what FCSS pays the town for renting of their space. And then, we have the subsidized rental units on the second floor. Those rental rates haven't changed. I tried to go back and it's been a long time, so, we didn't look at an increase or anything there in the subsidized housing rates, but
Counselor Chabot?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So on that, how many units are upstairs?
7.
Wow. So basically by this calculation, we do about 2,800 a month divided by 7, so we're talking $400 a month rent.
Yep.
Are we gonna be looking at those rates?
We've talked about, I mean, Betty and I have sort of sat down with Andrea, well, Andrea administers the rent side of things, but had a little bit of discussion, but we
Yeah.
haven't.
I haven't looked at it like for a year or two. The government issues, and they drill it right down to like Rocky Mountain House. They issue a big document that outlines the sort of average cost for like a studio, a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom. And then we're allowed to charge it, it's based on a percentage of what the average normal rent is. So we'd have to look and see where we're at compared to that, whether they should be increased. But
And what kind of contractual agreement do we have to give that as subsidized rent for how many years?
There's no it's just
post house?
just a rental agreement, I believe month to month.
So is there, does the government dictate what we can charge, or are we past that point where we have full control of what we can charge there without any government influence or interference in the price we pay?
We're just past that. Their obligations to the province.
They provided funding for affordable housing for the post house. That contract just ended like a year ago.
Okay. So the question is then, we're going to be looking at that price, the price for charge there, is that the intent?
Yes.
And we'll be looking at that and having a report back to council.
Sometime in 2024.
Can we say March of 2024?
If council so wishes.
I just think it's dirt cheap and costs keep going up annually for power, gas, and management and all the rest of that stuff that gets tossed in there, insurance, you know? And I guess the other question is do each of the tenants have insurance, tenant insurance, so if in case they did cause a catastrophe there, are we covered? So I don't know how involved we get in terms of ensuring that they do have tenant insurance if they were liable for causing an issue.
I'd have to look into their individual rental agreements to see what that looks like.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion then that we review the rental rates for the post house and have a report back to council by the second council meeting in March.
Okay, thank you for your motion. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Counselor Phillips?
Yeah, the only discussion is just keeping in mind, these aren't typical rental units, and they're rented to the most vulnerable of our population, so, you know, it's something that when we look at, we have to keep that in mind.
Okay, call it to a vote. Those in favor? Unopposed? That's carried.
Thanks, Wes.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon. Just in front of you in regards to the planning,
Oh, now you gotta do medical building. Oh, I could do the
Yeah.
medical building, okay. I thought he looked after the medical building. So there's not a lot in the medical building, we own it. We receive rent of $111,000 and we pay, insurance on it. There's debenture interest, it's almost done, I think it's done this year. And then we pay half back to the county. We've actually changed it, and maybe we should have been doing this all along, is netting the half of the insurance against their revenue proceeds, so. That's the medical building. Okay, now you can vote.
regarding the planning department, it's, from 2023 to 2024, increase of $1,300. As far as the revenue side of it, this year we had $109,000 in building permits on page 329. We budget roughly between 40 to 45,000, just to be conservative. Where it's tough to determine building permits for the year. So our revenue for the year budgeted for 2024 is 129,000. In regards to the expenses really don't change a whole lot. We do have a contract with PCPS that helps with our subdivisions and other inquiries. And then we building inspector, we pay roughly $40,000, but that's based on the building permits. In the revenue side, they get 55%, we get 45%. And so, yeah, any questions regarding the planning?
No, I think we're okay.
Okay, I'll switch over to page 333. The ECDev. As far as revenue, we cost share projects with the county. We did insert the $20,000 for the storefront improvement program for 2024. And then marketplace for the vendor fees is roughly $11,500. So as far as the contractual services, basic training, there are some projects that we do throughout the year. Trade shows, I know we're going to come back to council in regards to what trade shows we'd like to attend for 2024. And there are some money budgeted for the tourism marketing zone from Travel Alberta. We're not sure exactly what projects will come out of that, but we thought we should budget for that. And then DMO funding for the chamber partnership. County and town work with the chamber group in regards to tourism for the region. Some subscriptions and memberships that we belong to. CAPE is in this area, $4,800. There are some contract services, of course, to operate the Market on Main, and then we have the VIC contract, which is going to $35,000 this year. It says $32,500, but the $15,500, we don't spend that much for services, so the $48,000 that's earmarked will cover those expenses. Any questions in regards to the ECDev?
Counselor Schippel?
Thank you, your Deputy Mayor. I'm just wondering about the visitor's guide at $16,000.
Yeah.
I just see a bunch of them kicking around at the chamber office. I see stacks of them here and there. Have we explored if we need $16,000 investment in that, or do you look at that every year and say, hey, I'm gonna pay for this many copies, or where does that wash out?
Yeah, we actually determine from each year, like say if there's 1,000 left over, we knock it down from 1,000 from the year before. We do attend trade shows, which they are picked up quite well at the trade shows. So at the end of the year, we really don't have a whole lot of visitor guides left over in our supply. That's cost shared with the county as well. So it's an $8,000 touch for us. But we also do advertise in the guide ourselves for Market on Main, and as far as ECDEV as well, when people pick up the visitor guide.
So with the visitor guide, do you have any input in terms of what goes in the visitor guide? Because
We do.
the map in there is really not very good. And if you're giving giving directions to somebody, and that's a typical thing you grab to give directions, yeah, it just needs some tweaking.
Councilor Schippel, through Deputy Mayor, we can relook at the map as far as, tweaking it a bit, just make it user friendly. That's the first time I've ever heard a complaint about it, but we'll look at it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think we're okay to move on.
So in regards to public lands, we do lease public land to different companies throughout the community for a lease rate, a yearly payment. And also we lease the car lot to the chief as well as part of the revenue that's here. We also have started to collect commercial tax rates for these properties as well. Any questions?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
No.
Councillor
About the
Hutchinson,
settlement.
I am sorry.
No, you were first.
I just had a question on the CNRL lease. Do we have an idea when the reclamation is complete and how long that will be getting the full amount for 2024? Is that something that's,
Well, it's been reclaimed as we speak. I think they just need to push some dirt with the bike park
so,
association in regards to how they want to leave it, I guess.
so should that even be in here as a revenue for you?
I believe we're getting it for next year,
Oh,
and then after that, it'll be done.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Alt.
I just have a quick question going back to Kate. We paid that invoice originally in 22. What's the billing cycle for Kate? Like that $4,800, we paid that last year. When do we have to pay for 2024?
That I
I'm
can't
not
answer
sure.
that, but we'll find the answer for you.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Well, I believe we paid it in July I think their year ending is November. So we'll be getting another invoice right away. So in my opinion, we didn't get anything out of our first. And Cape had said when I spoke with them that they're looking at prorating it. So if somebody joins in July, it'll be July to July as opposed to July to, like I said, whichever it is now, November, December, something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, switching over to recreation. Welcome back.
I'm back. This is the fun one now. This is the one that's already gone through the ICC committee and reviewed, so I will go through it and answer any questions that council may have. So we have several departments under the Recreation Division. And let's just start with my office on page 343, Rec Admin. Not a whole lot of, I don't generate any revenue or sponsorships don't go through my office. They're divided into each of the other areas. The grant income is basically the county portion of paying for the administration side. As far as personnel goes, it's just our step increases in COLA, contracted services is reduced. Again, what we decreased, took out the legal. We haven't utilized that, and I think that just goes under the town's general legal budget for reviewing contracts and agreements. So, not a lot of change in my office. The Recreation Center is probably the largest one. Let's go to page 347.
Well, that's the overview.
Your pages are numbered differently than mine. I'm out one. 340, I have 346
Oh, I have an old copy.
is the overview there, so. Actually, I'm gonna take you to page 349. We have our sort of overview on the rec center operations. We factored in the 4% rate increase in the revenue side of things. So, combination of the 4% as well as looking at actuals, trying to predict our revenues for the arena operations. On the rental side of things, yeah, that would be the ice rentals. We're predicting a small increase there. Sponsorships and donations slightly increased. That was from rink board advertising that we've had. We didn't predict any. We're proposing in our rates and fees to do on ice advertising. We haven't predicted what that revenue might look like, but and then grant income is the county cost share of 50% of this facility. The personnel, a small increase based on COLA and step increases. Contracted services, a slight increase of $4,500. Yeah, Mike runs a pretty tight ship when it comes to running the arena, so there's not a lot of major changes.
Just a moment, Wes, sorry.
Sorry.
Counselor Hutchinson?
Just wondering what is the amount, so we've had requests of having more ice time and putting the ice in earlier. And do you have a number that if we were to rent the ice out for the full month of August, say, in one arena compared to what we're bringing in for revenue, so the cost and revenue balance there, if it's worth adding it, or is that just
Usually what we're doing when we're determining whether the ice goes in early or not is whether we can sell 8 hours of ice on a given day.
8 hours a day?
Yeah. So it's sort of, you know, when I use the junior bees, if they're running a hockey school, you know, they typically are renting that much ice in a day to run their camp, right? And then we would sell, you know, once the ice is in, besides what the junior bees might rent, we have private rentals and other people looking for ice. So that's sort of what we use as a guide as far as do we or don't we put in one ice surface. And typically we've only been putting in the one ice surface in for the month of August. And this last year we had planned to have it in for early August. Junior bees informed us that no, they weren't going to run their camp, so we delayed putting the ice in until the third week of August. then they start their training camps and winter hockey ran some conditioning camps and other private rentals, so that's sort of what we gauge of how soon we put the ice in. And conversely, at the end of the year, typically the ice comes out the end of March. This year, we know we've got a tournament scheduled for that first weekend of April to end this season. So we're keeping it in because we're selling, maybe not so much during that week leading up, but that final week. We've got both ice surfaces booked for 3 full days, which is bringing in close to $8,000 in revenue for us. So it's sort of do I have a policy or guidelines? That's sort of the guidelines that we follow.
I mean, we just hear at the rec board, we've heard it a number of times that, there's never any ice. Nobody can find ice around central Alberta. And if that's something that we should considering, pushing, advertising more to different groups that, hey, we'll bring this in, but you have to book us. And when we're booking, if they're pre-booking something like that, do we take a deposit or anything in case they cancel? Like, I know the Rams, we didn't put the ice in because we knew ahead of time. But if somebody else wanted to run a hockey camp,
Generally, when our guest services staff do those contracts, yes, we take a deposit. So that's built into their contracts. No different than when we're renting a new soffit, or if you book ahead in order to hold your reservations, we take a deposit.
Thank you. Councillor Chapeau?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Question about, on page 349. So I'm comparing last year's budget to this year's budget, and there's a $72,000 variance there in a negative fashion. And that fancy word internal transfers comes in there again, which if that internal transfer wasn't as large, if it was the same as last year, it would be pretty close to a zero deficit in terms of this operation.
So you're looking at last year it was 387,000?
Last year the deficit was 390,000,
Right.
472.
And that gross recoveries, the 387, and now it's 494?
Yes.
So if you go to, sorry, now if you go to the Recreation Building Center page, so 350, I've got 356, you might be 355.
355.
Look at the line 2960 that says internal transfers. There's your 387 and your 494. So we're bringing the building cost center to zero and crediting it out of this department and adding it to the overall Rocky Regional Operations Department, so that you can see that if you go back to that page, you'll see those two numbers being added in. So the total cost of running the arena is $1.2 million. Does that make sense? So I've just closed that other one out to zero. So there's a credit there and a debit there, so those two numbers wash. Yeah. Does that
I
make
understand
sense?
what you're doing. I'm
Yeah.
not sure why you're doing it. It's short
So-
of just making it easier to understand numbers
So
for the
that
total
you
operation.
can look and see exactly how much the arena costs to run in one glance, without having to go through and, say for water, adding up 5 departments and going. So it's just to roll things up.
Yeah, so Mike, our arena manager, looks after the admin side of the budget, and then Gord and the maintenance guys look after the building side. So that's where the water, the sewer, and all those types of things come in the cost of running the building. And then Mike looks after sort of revenue and the use of the facility and the maintenance of the ice. So that's sort of where that distinction comes in. And you'll see the same thing at the pool. Is like we've divided into the admin side and the building side, and then we reconcile the building side, roll it up into, to see here's the actual cost of running that facility.
Okay.
Clear,
You
clear
okay?
as mud. It allows my managers to have, here's your budget, and so that's what they focus on. And Gord is all about keeping the building running, and Mike is about the operation of the building and putting in the ice and selling the ice.
Right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the rec center operations side of things? Again, not a lot of changes on the actual operations side of running that.
Power and natural gas are the two biggest changes.
I think we're okay.
That'll be in the building side of things, yep. I can take you to the pool. Again, on page 358. Slight increase in the sale of goods and user fees, up by $5,000. A lot of the general sale of goods is, we purchase goggles, swimsuits, and those types of things, and we sell them and make a little bit of profit on it, right? Because there's not a lot of places in town that sell that kind of product, so. The rental fees, we show that we're down slightly if you go to, let's go to the detailed side, page 363. If you look at the line 1415, clubs and schools is where we saw a decrease of about $10,000. And that's based on actuals. I think we overestimated last year and we increased by 10 and we didn't recognize that. So we're scaling that back. But that being said, when we look at what we've budgeted for public admissions and lessons and swim passes, those lines are basically all up this year. I mean, our revenue that we brought to the end of August this year, we're just about at our total year projections for the pool. And so we're anticipating that we've bumped that up a little bit, anticipating of having a full 12 months of operations in this next budget year. And then as far as the expense side of things, not a whole lot of big changes. We've actually reduced some wages, and that is went from, a full-time staff at level 5 to another full-time that's coming in at level 1.
And we switched some of the cashier positions to junior lifeguards, and they make a little bit less, so that's, those two items that you saw with here and then in FCSS, those were the cost savings that were offsetting that $40,000.
Go ahead, Councillor Chapeau.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The very last line in there, gross recoveries to other operating.
Same thing.
Same
So,
thing?
if you go look at the pool building, you'll see that the brackets are 200,000, and so the cost of running the building this year is $266,974. So we're rolling it all into one department.
Just a change of the fancy wording, then, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So if you look at the pool building, some of the significant changes there, as Betty talked about, is, some of our contracted, building services, an extra $22,000. When we put the CHP units in there, we recognize that we're using less power because we're generating ourselves, but it cost me $20,000 a year to service those CHP units. So what we saw in a reduction of power, we're now paying in contracted services to maintain that equipment. So it's like a bit of a wash there. So, yeah, and then, because really, when I look at the couple of years that we've had those CHP units in play, we're definitely using $25,000 a year less power because we're generating ourselves, but the cost of power continues to go up. So. Yeah, so in the end, an increase of $65,000 to run the pool over last year. Any questions on the pool?
I don't think so.
We include the curling rink under this department, and basically, this is the rent we get from the curling club for, utilities and the other, services. They have the building, but they do pay us a portion of the utility costs. Any questions on the curling rink side of things?
Nope, we're okay.
Yeah, the same with the curling rink building. When we're doing the cost of range hood certifications and fire extinguisher certifications, that gets charged back to the curling club. Under the guest services, programs and fitness. On page 380 is sort of the rolled up of the entire department. You'll see that rec sales and user fees is up by $18,650, and that's just, we're seeing the people coming in and using the fitness center, and our summer programs were booked solid throughout the summer months. So it's great to see that those programs are successful and people are coming in, and we continue to sell memberships for the fitness center. It's a busy place, and it's great to see that those people are coming in. So we're recognizing more revenue on that side of things. The one that went down was the sponsorship and donations. We lost the WSP sponsorship. They've terminated their agreement a couple years early.
Okay.
That room is now called the Program Room Number 1 instead of WSP. And we're updating our sponsorship agreement to reflect those spaces that are still available for sponsorship. We can go into, I guess, the guest services side of things on page 385. Public admissions, advertising is the same. Rentals increased, and that's the room rentals that we're renting Subway room and off-season ice rentals. Gets reflected in the guest services. Donations and gifts was down a couple thousand. And then as far as the expense side of things, a decrease in materials and supplies.
That was for the signage. Last year, we had a one-time cost of redoing the signage for the center, so that's gone this year.
Recreational programming on, if we go to page 390, that's where we'll see some of those. The youth programming was up to 25,000 this year. Same with the program guide. It's been successful selling the advertising for the program guide. And I think we've been able to maintain 64 pages in that guide, and it's been well used, and we're only printing 600 hard copies. And that seems to be a sweet spot numbers-wise for what we're printing. And by the time it comes to springtime, when we put out our next edition, we'll maybe only have half a dozen copies left circulating.
Okay.
And then in the fitness center, again, you can see on page 393, or actually if you go to 394, you can see our season passes increased from 86,000 to 100,000. That's and it's basically just an increase in usership. Adult programming has gone down slightly, and then drop-in fees. Again, we're seeing just people coming and paying single admissions instead of having memberships, but that number keeps going up. And other than that, really no significant changes on the fitness center side of things. And that's it for the recreation department. Any questions at all that we haven't already addressed?
I think we're okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you want me to tackle any of the park stuff, Rob? I can, I can touch on the splash park.
I could let you two sit up here and then. You can even use my.
Yeah,
board.
'cause some of the Parks Department, we take the revenue side of things and Rob does the maintenance.
Yeah. Joint effort.
We work together when we're putting together some of these budgets.
So starting on 402, parks operations, we've got decrease in training. We went 2 years strong of training after COVID, so now we can start backing that off a little bit and just continue on with research more than anything right now. We've got an increase of 10,000 for contracted services. That's paying for paving costs for the walking trail, basketball pads and whatnot. And $2,000 for materials and supplies.
Rob, sorry, Councillor Hutchinson has a question.
What is this, contract grounds maintenance new this year, $5,000?
I believe that's to pay for future, the future year's forecast for operating. If you go to the next page, there's the write-up for it. I didn't add it, so I'm assuming that's what it's for.
That could possibly come out, I think that's a forecast from the, what did we talk about last year, that there was gonna be additional costs or something?
Was that potentially for the bike park and maintenance of that area?
It might be, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's something that was set up last year that we were anticipating additional costs for. If you wanna cut $5,000, you probably could get it.
Do we want that kept in there, or do we want that taken out?
I think if it's anticipation of operating costs of football, lighting, and pump track, I would err on leaving it in just because of that, but depends on what the rest of council thinks.
I agree with that, just better to be safe and have it there and. Okay, I think we're good.
Splash park?
Splash park. Okay, so, some of the significant changes to this area, the main one is water. We had budgeted 40,000 in 2023. We actually went and did some changes on flows and, how we sequence some of the features. And we saw a significant reduction in the water consumption. I moved it. Gary over in the water department was having some serious concerns about the amount of water that was flowing through. And so we were able to go back and look at, adjusting the flow rates. None of the features are set at their maximum or even their recommended flow rates. But we know that it's an expensive facility to just see the water run and it goes down and then goes into being treated. So that's the major reduction there in the spray park.
Just a moment, Wes. Councillor Schiffel, you have a question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Sorry, I just want to go back, if I can, to parks. And on page 400, you've got listed how many parks you got, and various beds and baskets and all the rest of that kind of stuff. And one of the things we look at is where our labor's at and how difficult it is to track labor and all the rest of those. And I'm wondering if there's been any looking at changing soft landscaping to hard landscaping, and even every second or third flower thing on Main Street, or try to look at cost savings, because they're so labor intensive to look after. And have we ever looked at that, even hanging the baskets in the summertime, if we went to every second lamp standard versus every lamp standard for baskets to try to save time and money. I just toss that out there, because if we're looking for savings, I think it was last year, the Christmas decorations were on every second post. And nobody ever noticed that, I don't think. This year they're on every post again, I see in front of my place, so. Maybe I'm too observant, I don't know, but anyway, I just look at that stuff, and I'm thinking it's cost savings, but maybe we just need to seriously look at that. Even snow removal in the wintertime on Main Street, if there's any way that we can do cost savings with possibly some kind of capital cost up front that's gonna save us operating costs down the road. I just see labor intensiveness in what we have, so I just toss that out there. I don't know what everybody else feels, but I think that we have cost savings at hand there if we seriously looked at it.
As far as the beds, our parks manager is looking at, different, plants or whatnot to put in there that are, low to no maintenance, and going to a hard landscape style. It won't be next year, more than likely the following year after that.
Under control.
Yeah, sounds like it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can share the NSRP. I'll look after the revenue side of things. Really no change at this point. We have the agreements with our major users. It's based on ticket sales. This year's revenue, we predicted 12,000, we came at $12,600. So it's, in the grand scheme of things, what we're generating for revenue from the NSRP opposed to what it's costing us to operate. And that's, Rob's staff look after that. The building maintenance side of that, that's Gord and his crew, and we have left the budget the same. That's looking after the buildings.
Just,
the rental hall.
sorry, just a moment, Wes, go ahead. What's the
I
question?
know I ask it every time on the contracts for NSRP. 2 years left,
I believe end of
2025?
2025.
and I guess that'll be a discussion for ICC. Never mind. Thank you.
Rob, you have anything you wanna add on the,
Just the
Operations.
contracted repairs, we did increase that, by $2,000, and that covers the cost of, sifting the track in the infield. It was something we did this year, it worked very well for the last event that, was out there, but we're gonna do it one more time with a finer grade to help things out. Legion, State, that one's yours.
which one? The cooperative park, Legion's skate park and Hunley Parks?
Yep.
Yeah, I think this is mostly, on the contracted side of things, the Legion washrooms, propane rentals, and those types of things. I know Gord looks after that. The contracted services, the skate park, repairs to concrete, I mean, that's Rob and his staff that looked after that. I don't think we've really got any major changes to that park.
Just a moment, Wes, go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Why do we still have propane in the washrooms? Like, what's?
We heat that building through the winter, just because of we have, some of our security cameras or some in the utility room, so it's just a minor. And then we heat the water in the taps in the summertime.
And there's no underground services? Like, I mean, Lusaka has it, so
We
it's.
don't have natural gas to that building, no.
Okay. The other question I had on vandalism and whatnot, do we budget for repairs? I know it didn't seem like it was so bad this year, but I know in the past we've
Yeah,
had
that's where,
multiple-
you know, if you look on page 415, the materials and supplies for parks, that's, you know, we budget $2,000 for basically repairs and maintenance and that, and, yeah, our staff are forever dealing with things that get broken in there, but,
Go ahead.
And I just thought of, where will the new washrooms come under? Is that under Splash Park?
it'll be
We
under,
didn't-
it'll be under Splash Park, right?
Do we have anything in there for that yet? I didn't
I,
remember.
I didn't put anything specific for repair and maintenance over and above what's already in that budget for the maintenance shed or the building. Our biggest concern with that building as it exists now is the security cameras. You know, the youth will climb up on the roof, and I'm waiting for a security camera that was damaged to be replaced. I'm not doing it until the new renovations are completed. But, yeah, so we're looking at options. How do we keep them off the roof, and how do we, they're using the utility tie-ins as ladders to climb up, right? And in the past, we've got the security cameras there, you know, somebody up on the roof and somebody taking a video of them looking directly at the cameras. We do a report with the RCMP, provide them with video, and get no results. So again, it's sad. They know the cameras are there. They know there's no repercussions, and yet we're, as a result, having to do repairs.
Well, maybe we could put the cameras on the new football lighting.
Yeah, it's, unfortunately, it's sad that we have to have cameras everywhere, but,
Yeah.
yeah, we haven't, factored in a whole lot of what the football lighting power will cost us, cause it's being tied into that building, that's where the power, it'd be on a separate meter, so we can, you know, have a meter, here's what we use for the spray park, but here's what we use for power for the lights. Even though it's coming off that building, we'll have a separate meter.
Go ahead, Councillor Alt.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm just curious, is there any point in having the cameras and going through that expense if there's no benefit to the town at the end of the day? Like you said, they don't care when they're looking at them, the RCMP don't care when they get the file, and why are we putting all that money into security?
Well, the one thing that we can do that's at our disposal is if we can identify who the perpetrator is ourselves, we have our unacceptable behavior policy. We can ban somebody from a facility or from an area, you know, and then if people are there and they get reported to us, then we can charge them with trespassing. So, as opposed to going through the RCP and the court system, that's something that we can do internally ourselves.
Okay, thank you.
Centennial Campground.
Sure, so,
Big change here is the decrease in grounds maintenance. The $4,000, and that's for danger trees. We took care of a pile of them the last couple of years, so. Other than that, nothing on your side?
no, we left the revenue side the same. Again, we come in very close to our target this last year. The one comment I will make is that the power and water sites are book solid. You know, again, if we had more of those, they would be the ones that would get rented out, so. But, we did change to the online reservation system, and that has worked well. We have to go in a couple of times a year and change the code to get in, because usually you rent the campsite, here's the code to the washrooms. And every now and then that code tends to circulate, so we go in a couple times a year and change the code to get in, and then, but that's worked well for us.
Good.
Questions? Good. Ball diamonds, 423. Increases on the contracted maintenance, 2,200 for fencing fertilizer. And a $2,000 increase to the materials and supplies used for the shale, which is really hard to get now.
Oh, really?
And on the revenue side of things, we left things status quo. So we've been pretty consistent with the usage of what we're bringing in revenue wise.
Okay. Councillor Hutchinson?
Whatever happened to, or have we used that machine? I don't know if it got ordered, we talked about it at the rec board, that helps with the dew worms on the field.
The roller, you guys
The
purchased
roller
it?
thing, did we,
Yeah, we have.
is it helping, is it making a difference?
No.
I just question it because, I mean, that's what we all deal with in our yards is like this.
We looked at a few different options. One was using a different style of, like a frac sand that you spread out and it terminates them below ground because it cuts them up. But we haven't gone that far yet. So we roll it when they figure it's time or they add more water, which I believe this year they did water the fields a couple times to help out with that. But we haven't, like this year, we didn't receive the complaints we have in the past for dew worms or the roughness of the turf. So,
Thanks.
Yeah, Ball Diamond Buildings, that would be Gordon, our maintenance staff, look after the buildings, and really no change in our budget for that.
and Curtis Field on 431. We have one minor change there, or a decrease, which was materials and supplies, and that was fertilizer. We had extras left over from this year, so we don't have to buy as much for next year. Other than that, everything else is status quo.
The other change that did come on the revenue side of things is the fee for general service. Went from 8,900 to 12, or 10,300. That's the contract that we provide, the school division pays that amount for the maintenance.
Perfect.
Alright.
Thank you. So I think we are moving on to culture. Does anybody want to take a break, or can we just maybe get through culture and then call her a day? Because we'll be then getting into capital. We can start with that tomorrow.
Okay, on the culture side, Lou Soppet. So it includes the Lou Soppet in the library and library building. So I can speak to the Lou Soppet Center. Page 437. The new fee for general service, I forget what that was.
Set up, takedown.
Oh,
So it looks like we kind of moved from one to the other.
Oh,
part of
right. Yeah, so there's just shifting a little bit of how we recognize the revenue. Instead of it recording it as other, it's now recorded as a fee for service, the setup takedown for events. But other than that, we reduced revenue by 10,000. That was based on actuals. I mean, the facility is still getting used, but it's not back to its full pre-COVID. We have some anticipated, Northern Crossing is booked for the entire month again, but it's sort of one of those things. our Christmas bookings this year, the facility is busy again, so. Looking at the historical amounts, we have included the 4% rate increase for the LUSOPIT, but in looking at our actuals, we have rolled that back slightly.
Okay, just a moment, Wes. Counselor Shipple.
Deputy Mayor. So we're talking about historical, how many days a year does that facility get used now compared to what it got used prior? So when we're talking about historical, what's the significant difference between years prior and now, for example? So
I would have to run a report on the actual days used or booked. I'm just looking at the dollar amounts year on year is where we've run it up. But I would have to generate a report for you on the actual dates that, or number of days that the facility is booked.
It'd be interesting year over year for a couple, 3 years, just to see the actual usage versus dollar amounts.
But other than that, really, we've decreased items like general contract repairs by 7,000, and a couple of other areas. Insurance has gone down, it surprises me there, but, and then materials and supplies. Any questions, more questions on the LUSOPIT?
Counselor Hutchinson.
Not necessarily just LUSOPIT, but, you know, we're seeing it, well, on the rec part of it, you know, way more than a 4% increase on expenses, particularly power. So it's too late this year, but something for maybe next service level to be taking that increase into account before we're looking, or while we're looking at the increase in rates and fees. Because we shouldn't be, you know, because of higher expenses in power, it's costing us more here, and we're still down here with, I mean, we have to find more of a balance there, but maybe something to consider for next service level.
Don't disagree, I know we did have that discussion at our service level. Is 4% increase enough? Right. We hadn't increased rates and fees since 2019, so it's been, do you factor in 2%, 3% a year over, and just build that into your rates and fees? Or
Well, and I didn't realize until, you know, we got our budget binder when Betty put in the front there that our utilities have increased by, was it 10%? 15%, you know, and that's huge. And again, we don't wanna throw all of that expense onto our taxpayers, but we have to definitely consider 15% increases that we normally didn't have.
It's always a balancing act with user fees. You know, when you get to a point where some of our not-for-profits, under hockey, those other type of user groups, you know, what level, what can they afford? We compare ourselves to other communities, what they're charging, even though their facilities are different. We try to look at a range of what our rates and fees are like, but
Yeah.
you can do library, Benny, yeah.
So there's 2 departments left with library. One's the library overall, and then the library, you know, do we have a building? Library
we do.
building, yeah, we do have a building. So you'll see that there as well. So really, what we've got in the library is the requisitions and the allocation. We provide them, you know, with a requisition for ourselves. We provide the Parkland Regional Library System. We collect half of it back from the county, and they pay it. And then within the library building, we have some salaries and wages, which is cleaning, and just the cost of operating the building. So, not a whole lot of changes, really minor kind of tweaks here and there, and then accommodating the increase in requests from the Rocky Library and Parkland, so those are included in that. And the county pays half, which is nice, so. That's the library. And that's the operating budget.
Yeah, we finished that in good time today. So do we, I can't remember, Mr. Kraus, do we usually do like conversation after we've gone through operating before we? Okay, so taxes we would discuss now if we wanna. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Phillips.
No, just elaborating on what Councillor Hutchinson was talking about with, you know, electricity in general, like 15% increase. Looking at our user fees for our rec facilities and taking that into account, because we already operate those facilities at a deficit, and now we're operating them at a more of a deficit because of the power increases. And if you look at the overall tax increase that we're looking at, if you take all the other factors as a net wash and just take electricity as one item, that is our tax increase, is literally what our electrical costs are going to be. So it's having that much of an impact on the organization that we should probably look at our user fees for next year to accommodate some of that.
Mm-hmm. Any other discussion? Councillor Schiffel?
I want to talk about the tax rate or base for small, non-residential with improvements on it. So, what's been given to us is the rate to go to, I'm on page 81. Sorry. So the rate is suggested to go to 4.97%. I guess my concern is for small business, is that too great of an increase versus the rest? Now, I know we're trying to bring it up to large. The question is it too big of a jump to get it there? I don't know. For a small business, it's a, I mean, everybody's struggling out there, and we're talking basically a 5% tax increase. Maybe it's okay, maybe it's not. So I'd just like to open that up, and if in fact we were to drop that by, I'm gonna suggest 0.3, how would we gain that extra revenue, or where would we gain that extra revenue? So.
Go ahead, Becky.
Actually, within the budget, and sorry, I did forget to mention this, under general, if you look at the transfers to capital, so page 96, I think, there is a line that says it says to balance future years, but when we were done doing all the budget calculations, you never come right to zero. So there is $24,686 that's sitting in transfer to capital. That really was a very small surplus for operating. So if you that could be used either if you have any changes in the operating budget, which so far we haven't had any, or you could extract that out and apply it to taxes if you wanted to.
And what would that do to the small business rate increase if we were to apply it to that? Would bring it down 0.1, 0.2?
It depends on if you want to, like, we really are trying to get the split between large and small, unless you decide that you don't mind having two commercial tax rates. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, like, it's your choice. We certainly can rework the impact on the taxes. I don't know if you'd wanna just apply to it to the small business or apply it overall.
Go ahead, Councillor Phillips.
Just this is a conversation we'll be having again in probably February, March-ish. Am I correct on that? Yeah. Yeah, because once we
Yeah.
get our assessment and then we go back and look at this again, so we will have this discussion again. But it's good to have a discussion, first discussion now, but we will definitely be having a second discussion on this when it comes time to set our tax rates or mill rates.
I guess just to comment on that, so you could decide what you wanna do with the 24,000 and if you chose to apply that against the taxes, then overall, we would have, a lower tax rate. Just off the top, it's about 25%, so, it'd be down to 3.75. We could just leave it as that, as a broad, overall, this is this much, and then we can rework it and bring it back when we do the property tax discussion. Or we could try to look at it tonight.
Councillor Schiffel?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. Last year, I advocated that we should aim for one commercial tax rate. And I still think we should aim for that. But then on the other side, I go like, oh, ouch, we're increasing it too much. So I'm really sitting on the fence on this one, because I think we need to move towards one commercial tax rate for all businesses. But I'm just not sure how to get there without a bit of pain in the middle. So that's where I'm at.
And I've spent a lot of time, like, running scenarios, and it's really hard because of the size of the assessment groups, to get any kind of big movement is really difficult without, like, I think last year we looked at it and it would be a 20% increase for small business, but nobody can handle that, so it's trying to kind of inch it along.
How are you feeling about that? How you feel?
Well, thanks, Betty. I'm on the fence. I like where you're going. I like what you've done. But maybe we should just leave it the way it is. Maybe that's, unfortunately, if we're gonna try to move to one tax rate, we gotta make the jump, and unfortunately, it is what it is, so. It just seems a little stiff, but, I mean, I don't know.
Go ahead, Councillor Phillips.
So just looking at the average would be $323 for each tax account, I guess. But it is one thing, if we do nothing, we're gonna keep that split forever. If we do try and blend them a little bit closer together, then we have to do it, we're gonna have to take little bite-sized pieces to make it happen. And if we don't start now, we're gonna have the same conversation next year, and the same conversation the year after, and the same conversation the year after, so it has to start somewhere. Does it start this year? That's the question.
Just maybe some context, I mean, I'm not trying to drive the decision either way, but, so, we've been watching tax increases that have been announced, and they're honestly ranging anywhere from, 2.9 all the way up to 7, 8, 10%, so there's a broad range throughout Alberta. The other thing, like, we're looking at with the small business, it's coming in at a 4.97, so it's, so I took the average, so, and again, there is a wide range of small business, depends on how big they are, but the average change is $662. If I divide that by 4.97%, that's $133 per each one, so if we dropped it a half or even a whole, it might save them $100 on average. So the percentages feel bigger, I think, than they actually are. We can look at some different, depending on what council's comfort is, we could look at, if we took the 25 or 24,000 and applied it just to that, what would it look like? If we applied it straight across, what it would look like? We can certainly look at that and, you know, see how the impact is. But again, we're not moving in the direction that we want to. Or we just say we're happy and we'll just kind of, but to get to one rate for everybody is gonna take a real concerted effort. That's what I'm finding. It's really hard to shift these three rates between themselves.
Counselor Schipel?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So in your calculation, if you had $1 million assessment on a property, what would the tax increase be there? Because I think you're probably talking about 100,000, is that? I'm not sure what your calculation is on what the assessed value is, so.
Well, on $1 million, the small business tax rate is 11.188, and last year
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what is the increase on $1 million worth of value, assessed value of a small business at 4.97?
97. Well, it would be 4.97%, so.
But what's the taxation on that? What would the tax bill go up on that $1 million assessment?
4.97%.
No, because it's on the assessed, I'm trying to figure out what it'd go up, assessed value is, I'm just trying to figure out what the tax bill goes up.
Okay. I don't have the,
4,500?
the change in the mill rate is equals. Minus 10.6, so it's 0.55. So, is that $550? I always get my zeros in the wrong spot. It's good to hear.
No, that'd be too big.
Yeah, it's divided by 1,000, so. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong. Yeah, it'd be $550. Yeah, so $548 is the increase on $1 million of
So on $1 million,
assessment.
your tax bill's typically $10,000,
So it go up $550.
so it'd go $500 on $10,000. Okay, that's what I was looking for, thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Do you have more to add to that, Counselor Schipel? Okay. Counselor Hutchinson?
I would be leaning more towards taking that surplus, operating surplus, and putting that over to reduce residential tax.
Counselor Phillips?
I mean, if we're talking about taking that, the little surplus, I would put that over all the tax base, residential, commercial, like large and small commercial. I would put it over everybody, not just one demographic of it, if we were going down that route.
I think that probably would be a little more fair if we were to do that. Any other discussion? Go ahead.
I just think that as much as, I appreciate all the businesses, small, medium, large, whatever in town, it's the residents that, are the foundation of our town, and where we can save, even if it's 0.25%, you take that over all of the categories and it's gonna be minimal. It's not gonna make a difference, it's gonna be a couple bucks here, a couple bucks there, but that 0.25 might just be a little bit, extra for the resident to help them out a little bit more.
Counselor Ault?
I'm kinda agreeing with Counselor Hutchinson. It's been a long day. And if we threw the Cape membership out the door, we could add another $5,000 to that. And, distribute that. Seems how we get nothing from it. Seems how we're talking about it.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Counselor Schippel?
Well, I agree with Counselor Hutchinson, I disagree with Counselor Ald. So I guess where I'm at is, page 20 of this document is the stats of where our taxes are on our residential properties. And we are high, and I would agree with Counselor Hutchinson that we take that money and put it against residential property taxation on page 20. And so I would move that way. In terms of Cape, I think it's too early in the show to make a decision. I think make it out of just not knowing at this point. Maybe a year down the road, it may be the way to go, but at this point, I don't think we should throw Cape under the bus quite yet. So I agree. I think it's not gonna make a big difference. 23,000 is peanuts in the scheme of things. We can throw, I wish we could throw more than 23,000 to bring that residential mark down. I mean, we're in the top percentile in terms of residential taxation. I think we hear that often, our taxes
No,
are high
we're
here.
not.
So they're not high here?
No, we're right on the average now.
Now we
And
are.
when we
Okay.
equalize it, we're actually below.
Oh.
So,
Okay, so little dribble will help.
Go ahead, Counselor Hutchinson.
I'm not on the fence about Cape. I think that what we need to do is because the way their billing process works, we need to keep on that and see if we can get prorated from this past year. I doubt if it had happened, but I think there's also some responsibility that needs to be put on our shoulders to get the most out of Cape that we can. I mean, it's not just enough about going to the meetings and listening to what they say. It's to have somebody in there and a voice in there that's gonna make our voice be heard amongst that organization. Because I don't know that that's happened as of yet. So I think Cape could be a real asset to us, but we need to have a plan going forward as council, and how are we bringing that information back, and what are we doing with it? But I would like to save the 5,000 too.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think when it comes to Cape, maybe it's time we ask them to come back as another delegation and we have these concerns brought forth to them. You know, why aren't we on your website? You know, we had a presentation come here and say, we're gonna do this, and so far it's been this. So maybe it's time to bring them back and say, what are you gonna do? Because you said this and we're getting this, so how can we get this? So I do agree that maybe we should have them come back. I don't think as far as the 0.25, I think that should go over all tax bases, residential and non-residential. I just think it's equal and fair for everyone. It's really not gonna make a ton of difference, no matter if we put it all on one or all on another, it's not gonna really make a ton of difference. But I think just in the fairness of all the tax rate payers of Rocky, that we have it go over everybody's. That's just my opinion on that.
it reduces every tax rate by about 0.25, so it's 1/4%. And looking at single family, it takes it from 102 to 94. So it will generate some savings for each individual property tax owner. But yeah, if you just apply it evenly across the board, it drops it a little bit.
Sorry, Betty, that amount was if the entire amount went strictly onto residential?
No,
that we're talking
onto
about?
all classes equally. If we just apply it across the board, it reduces each of the potential tax increases by 1/4%.
If we did it all on residential, what would that look like? If
That
you-
would take me a little
Okay.
longer to figure out.
Fair enough.
Can have that for you tomorrow.
Counselor Alt?
I'm just curious where maybe should just be putting it back into reserves. $24,000 is, like Betty says, it's gonna make a couple dollar difference on the tax base, but we have a lot of projects that are coming up that people, and we see it every day, people coming to us for money, maybe it's better to put that aside, and who knows what this wastewater treatment system is gonna be, how much it's gonna cost down the road. I don't know. I just don't know if it's worth putting it on the tax base instead of having it put into reserves, but. And have a question, is there any way of finding out what the 2016 census was? Dean?
The numbers?
Yeah, you sent that email when we were talking about Cape as far as based on the 2016 census. 2023 census is 67, 65. What was the 2016 census?
Isn't it 6,200?
Is that to compare the costs?
Yeah, if we're being billed on population census through Cape, so I'm just wondering, it's based on the 2016 numbers, have we,
They use 6635.
so the population has actually increased then? If we're at 67, 65 now.
I think a lot of it would depend on which numbers they're using, if they're using the old municipal fair numbers, or if they're using treasury board numbers, or census figures, because each one's gonna give different numbers, so. Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I agree with Dave.
Reserves?
Let's just leave the money and have it in, hey, it's not gonna go bad, and it could come in handy, so I'd say, let's just keep it. So I would say that that's where we should go with that money.
I would be good with that too. Go ahead.
I just think if we have any viewers watching the meeting, if there's some place that the residents can see, even if it's just a 0.25 decrease from our original number, that would be, for the goodness of the whole. Are you looking for answers today on this?
So for council to pass the budget December 19th, a decision has to be made on that $24,000. Because it'll either stay in as is, or we're gonna pull it out and then reduce mill rates, or, because right now it's just transferred to reserves is how it's shown in the budget.
Are we able to discuss further tomorrow, like have the evening to think about it and what we think is best, and then,
That is entirely up to council.
okay. Go ahead.
I think we should have the evening to think about that, and we can discuss this more tomorrow. 'Cause we have obviously differing ideas on it, so maybe
That's what I'm
it's a
thinking.
good thing to take the night to think about it and revisit it again tomorrow morning.
Is council okay with that? Okay. Is there anything else in the operating budget that we wanna discuss today before we wrap things up? No? Okay, so I think we are okay for today. So I will adjourn the meeting. Recess, okay. Recess until tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone.